Well. The Cowboys have been absolutely outcoached now 2 weeks in a row. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. What's up, Mills? Can't agree with you, Mills. This had nothing to do with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott was the best thing they had going tonight. I can't even see how you could even honestly say it was Dak Prescott. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up the rest of this season. Now let's talk facts. Cowboy fans, we were severely outcoached again. Y'all heard me talking about this today. I asked the question, is Brian Schottenheimer burning the candle at both ends, spending too much time in the defensive room, and now the offense, the play calling is atrocious. The offense does not look prepared. This team, Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling you, this is too much for a rookie head coach. Never coached before. And we are spreading this man thin. We're going to talk about this more. Let's kind of look at what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about what happened, because we need to be honest with ourselves on what happened. We're going to look at the box score. We'll look at we'll talk about some of the key plays. And in between all of that, we'll be waiting and listening for interviews from the Dallas Cowboys players and the coaches. So that's going to be our show for tonight. We'll see how long I can hang in there. I am so disappointed. So disappointed. If I was Jerry Jones, unless it was Max Crosby, I would call everybody up right now and tell them, hey man, all trades are off. Cowboys need to save those trades. Save those trades until next season. This is why all these people were talking about all this. This is why I don't buy in all this stuff people be talking about with all this if them picks and all. I don't even understand people when it get. This is why I don't buy into all that kind of talk. One of the worst things we could have done is get rid of it. And I don't even know. They might have gotten rid of the picks already. But I'm telling us, the Cowboys, and I said this before, Brian Schottenheimer needs a year of being head coach for this football team. Brian Schottenheimer needs an entire year. Brian Schottenheimer seems to be unsure of himself now. He really does. He really seems to be unsure of himself. Let me get a couple of greetings in here, and then we're going to get this thing rolling. Let's get a quick roll call in here. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. The Big Rombowski, what's going on with you? Yes, sir. He said, oh, no, we suck again. Yeah. Renans and Greenie. Again, we're looking like Mike McCarthy's team. We're looking just like Mike McCarthy's team. A bunch of dumb penalties. Stupid turnovers. I'm not even counting Dak Prescott's garbage time turnover. Just a totally unprepared team. This stuff is dumb. Let me get these greetings in. Because tonight, I'm starting with the defense. And I'm going to say some stuff tonight that some people ain't going to like. Mose Logan, what's going on? Renz A, still benched. Let me tell you something. Them tackles stink. Guyton 2. They didn't have another tackle to take his spot. Cowboys getting killed at the tackle position. Even Ty Smith got a couple of moves put on him tonight. Mose Logan, what's going on with you? JCT Slice. Yeah, Mose Logan, the whole team, bro. You right. He said that JCT Slice said I'm at the point now where I'm starting to question the legitimacy of Brian Schottenheimer. Facts. I'm riding till the wheels fall off. But a couple of wheels have popped off. Couple of wheels have popped off. Gary Thorcell, another coaching debacle. It was terrible. Terrible. Catlin, Terry Tatum, what's going on? Queen, what's going on? The Queen, I don't think he's studying. I agree with you. Queen says Shotty got to do better. I don't think he studies his next opponent. I don't either. I really don't. I don't think he's studying enough. The real Daryl, both tackle spots, trash. James, what's up? Magatari, what's going on? Totally unprepared. Said the same thing tonight. We're looking at an unprepared team. Come on, man. Unprepared. Outcoached. Don't understand the moment. Terrible. And then got Dak Prescott out here. Now Dak Prescott's got to continue to take the blame for another bad play calling game. Dak Prescott was the best thing they had going tonight. I mean, you're talking about a team betraying its quarterback. How many doggone drops in the game? Open up the games with just drop after drop after drop after drop. Doggone turnovers. Lack of discipline. We are watching a team that is on the brink of collapse. James, what's going on? What's going on, Red? No, hey, Red, hold on. I'll greet some of y'all as we keep going. Let me get some more in. The real estate vet, what's going on? Tatiana, welcome back. Azteca, what's going on? 70 Bo, Catlin Mills 36, what's going on, everybody? Wilson Santiago, I am here, what's going on? Antoine Bass, what's going on? Devin Mills, Chris Dunaway, everybody, how y'all doing? Travis Beck, what's going on, Mark? Dominique Pittman up in here, good to see you. Shoot, Dominique Pittman, man, boy, let me tell you something, I almost said something. You ain't lying. He better be bringing the doggone DC universe up in here. It still ain't gonna work. Loke, what's going on? Shoo, what you saying? They ain't practice. Shoo, you ain't lying. Michelle Pyatt, what's going on? Good to see you. Nope. Got nothing to do with Dak Prescott. You're exactly right. I told my sons tonight, Michelle. A girls' flag football team could beat the Cowboys right now. Just bad, man. Bad. Bass, Richard Villegas, what's going on? Go Dodgers, what's going on? Said the entire team is terrible. Coaching is terrible, man. Dak didn't get outplayed. Nope, I'm not agreeing with you, Mills. Dak didn't get outplayed. Brian Schottenheimer got outcoached. It's terrible. Queen, Shotty ain't got time to study film. He too busy in the defensive room. Queen, they need to bring in John Gruden as a consultant. Bass, I hate to say it. I think the stage is too big for Shotty too. I think the stage might be too big. But we may be in for a bad. Todd Clark, I said it. The play call's been bad for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Welcome South. Salita call. He said the NFL coaches figured out the Cowboys. Yeah, they figured out Shotty's what they figured out. They figured out Shotty's what they figured out. All right. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight, boy. We're going to get into it. But I can tell you right now, boy, I'm on one tonight. I'm on one tonight. And I ain't buying all this. Every time something go wrong, we got to start trying to reach back to Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott was the best thing out there tonight. Dak Prescott left it all on the field. This doggone team sold Dak Prescott tonight. Again, sold him. Absolutely sold him. Brian Schottenheimer, all that defensive room, I said it. He's spending too much time, obviously, in the defensive room. Too much time, man. Doesn't make any sense. Let's go over to DallasCowboys.com and see if we can pull up some of this. I definitely want to hear what Jerry has to say. See, let me tell you something. See, the Cowboys were so bad. They were so bad, and Brian Schottenheimer was so bad. They don't even have the justification to fire Matt Eberflus. Don't even have the justification to do it. It's just insanity how bad the Cowboys were. All right, let me see where I can find the Jerry Jones thing. It hadn't popped up on DallasCowboys.com yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. Let me see if it'll pop up on DallasCowboys.com, and then we'll check it out. Let me get into what happened real quick.
Yes! Here we go!
The Cowboys got outcoached. What did I tell y'all today about Brian Schottenheimer's running game? What did I tell y'all about his running game? Did I not tell y'all today? He is one-dimensional in the run game. He is one-dimensional. And I want to see if he's going to have that same energy now about Javonte Williams. I want to see if he's going to have that same energy about I want to see if he's going to have that same energy about George Pickens. I want to see if he's going to have that same energy about Jake Ferguson. Because all three of them put the ball on the ground. And the reason why he's saying he's not playing Jaden Blue is because he's got to be consistent. And he can't put the ball on the ground. So that's why you made him inactive. I told y'all. I don't care what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing, what scheme they're running in the run game. I don't care all the stunts and clips and whatever else they're doing. I told y'all the Carolina Panthers gave everybody the blueprint on how to stop Brian Schottenheimer's run game. It's one-dimensional. If he can't run between the tackles, if he can't establish that run, his game is over. His game is over. And I'm going to tell you right now, this thing with Javonte Williams don't even tell the truth. You have to watch this game to understand it. Javonte Williams was 15 of 83. Yeah, because the Cowboys got way behind in the game. Because in the first half, Javonte Williams did absolutely nothing. Did absolutely nothing. That run game for the Cowboys, they did nothing. And the thing that's so crazy to me, they know they don't have an outside run game, which is where you could be using Jaden Blue, but instead you use Cavontae Turpin. Did I not tell y'all? Cavontae Turpin don't look good. He don't look good out there as a third wide receiver. He don't look good in the kick game. He out there tiptoeing. We talking about Jaden Blue. Tell me what you see Cavontae Turpin doing on the kickoff game. This dude is tiptoeing. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm disagreeing with everybody. I'm disagreeing with everybody on this. This doggone Dallas Cowboys defense deserves a hand. They deserve a hand. If I would have told you that the Dallas Cowboys in this game was going to rack up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sacks, you telling me the Cowboys defense got 5 sacks and lost the game? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. There is no way that this defense, let me show you this. I think we're in la-la land on this. The Dallas Cowboys defense held the Arizona Cardinals to 3 points in the first half. In the first quarter. 3 points. Matt Eberflus was playing man-to-man. Matt Eberflus was rushing 5. Matt Eberflus was blitzing. Matt Eberflus was corner blitzing. Matt Eberflus, I'm just telling you, I think this was his best game of the season. I think this was his best game of the season. Matt Eberflus was coaching his butt off. This dude held the Arizona Cardinals to 27 points. If you tell me the Cowboys defense are going to hold the Cardinals to 27, I'm telling you the Cowboys are winning. Penalty after penalty. Drop pass after drop pass. 3 fumbles. And somebody, I can't even listen to nobody talk about, I don't even see how you talk about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott was running for his life, literally. This is insane to me. The Cowboys got 5 sacks, but they allowed 5 sacks too. But this ain't counting the quarterback pressures. Dak Prescott was running for his life. Dak was running for his life. And Brian Schottenheimer is so unsure of himself now. I'm starting to think that Brian Schottenheimer is out here listening to content creators, media members, and the news at large. Okay, Shotty, you went for it the first time down there on 4th down. You didn't get the field goal. But there was no reason for you not to go for the field goal the second time and make it 20-27. I don't know what Brian Schottenheimer was doing. But if you would have told me the Dallas Cowboys defense was going to hold the Arizona Cardinals to 340 yards total, 119 yards rushing, 221 yards passing, I'm telling you, Cowboys probably win that game. I'm telling you, I'm like, yeah, the Cowboys probably won that game. But you know why the Cowboys didn't win this game? Back-breaking penalties at crucial moments. 3 fumbles. Thankfully, we recovered one of them. The interception didn't matter. It was at garbage time. The turnover that sold us is the Javonte Williams fumble at the end. Cowboys got out-coached. And this is the second week in a row they've gotten out-coached. I can give us Denver, but I can't give us Arizona. I can't give us Arizona a 2-5 team. I can't do it. You can't tell me a 32-year-old defensive coordinator out-coached Brian Schottenheimer. Can somebody explain to me where's all the motion this team was supposed to be doing? I am not buying these stats. You're telling me that the Cardinals have figured out the formula for stopping George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb? These stats are very deceptive. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and even Javonte Williams, they did a lot of this work in the second half. Brian Schottenheimer's play calling. I really believe that Brian Schottenheimer believes. I'm starting to believe that Brian Schottenheimer thinks that he's so good, that he's so clever and so good, that the Cowboys can just line up. No scheming of George Pickens open. No deep crossing. When are we going to start running the deep crossing routes? When are we going to start running go routes? When are we going to start running pick plays and rub routes so that we can get George Pickens matched up one-on-one, CeeDee Lamb one-on-one? When are we going to start putting CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens on the same side? Shallow cross, one of them a deep post route. When are we going to start getting creative with this team? Why are we not doing some of the same stuff we're watching teams do to us week after week after week? Do y'all know teams aren't just lining up on our defense and just saying, we're going mano a mano and we're going to beat you? No, they're doing fancy stuff. We're watching motion. We're watching motion. We're watching deep crossing routes. We're watching goal routes. We're watching everything on our defense, but our offense won't do any of that stuff. This team looked so unprepared. They are starting to get Dak Prescott to the point because John Gruden said it today. I don't want to hear, Dak was only sacked one time. Well, we can't say today he was sacked 5 times. I don't want to hear how many times he was sacked. How many times was he knocked down? How many hits did he take? Do y'all remember Brian Schottenheimer said that Dak Prescott, you could tell that Dak Prescott is in the zone because he's throwing off that back foot? Anybody noticed how Dak Prescott is throwing now? They got Dak Prescott back there doing the cha-cha-cha because Dak Prescott's got to watch what's going on in front of him. And I'm telling you this, the Cowboys would have even more sacks if it wasn't for Dak Prescott. My son was talking about it tonight when we was watching the game. He was like, Dak Prescott is saving the offensive line. The offensive line isn't saving Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is basically Houdini in the pocket. Dak Prescott is Houdini. For our tackles, Terrence Steele, Tyler Guyton, Cowboys can tell me anything they want to. They are trying to make Tyler Guyton into a defensive tackle. They're trying to make him into a left tackle, and I don't think he is. I don't. Hey, Ducendo, welcome back. He said, what up, G Rams fan? Yes, sir, I remember. He said, I predicted all NFC West teams will win this week. Cowboys need to fix the defense. Appreciate the super chat. Ducendo, I'm not blaming the defense tonight. We already know what the defense is. I'm not blaming the defense tonight because I said if the Cowboys could get 4 stops, I said the Cowboys should be able to beat the Arizona Cardinals. Cowboys defense got more than 4 stops. The Cowboys defense got more than 4 stops. Not only did they get more than 4 stops, the Cowboys defense got sacks, pressure, everything you could ask for. Every time the Cowboys looked like they were about to make a comeback, they shoot themselves in the foot. They just shoot themselves in the foot. The drop passes were ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. Divine King, appreciate that $9.99 super chat. Divine King, I said it before. Shoddy, bad play calling. 2nd week in a row. 2nd week in a row. Not aggressive. Nope. Big Rumbowski said something over on X to me. And he's exactly right. It's a copycat league. And I'm telling you, I believe the team that the team that creaked the door open was the New York Giants. But the Carolina Panthers, they absolutely cracked the shell on us. Chicago Bears, they were also a part of the problem. They showed teams how to beat, not Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens. They showed teams how to beat Brian Schottenheimer. That's who they figured out how to beat. They have figured out how to beat Brian Schottenheimer. It's that simple. When you beat a high-powered offense, you're not beating the individual players. You're beating the offensive coordinator. And Brian Schottenheimer is getting outcoached. Bottom line, he's getting outcoached. Bad play calling, not aggressive, too many penalties, turnovers. We are the 2nd worst team in the league in turnovers. In penalties. Well, I thought this was supposed to leave when Mike McCarthy left. Same problem. Not focused, bad play management, yes. And honestly, they wasting pick, Lamb, Flo, Turp, blue talent. And Dak Prescott. Divine King, let me tell you something. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. One of the worst mistakes the Cowboys are making is allowing Cavonte Turpin to be the 3rd wide receiver. It's a mistake. He's 5'7", 158 pounds. He's a liability out there. Because if you're not throwing him the ball, who is he blocking? Ryan Flanoy. Ryan Flanoy deserves to be the 3rd wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. Ryan Flanoy, not Cavonte Turpin. And Cavonte Turpin, you can tell, I think it's one of the reasons why he's not returning like he used to. He's so busy, ready to get out there on the field at the 3rd wide receiver spot. Cowboys need to stop this. No, Ryan Flanoy, you need a true 3rd wide receiver. Kobe Knopp, I said it. Shotty needs next 2 weeks all spent on offense. Spreading himself too thin. I said it this week. I was afraid he was burning the candle at both ends. Burning the candle at both ends. Absolutely burning the candle at both ends. Schottenheimer's doing way too much and not enough. Jack of all trades, master of none. And that offense doesn't look nothing like it looked before the Denver Broncos game. Now, today, We looked like the team at home. The day at home, we look like the team that's been on the road. So let's look at what happened. Some more of what happened as we wait on some stuff to get posted on DallasCowboys.com. So let's look at this real quick. I talked about the key matchups. Lamb and Pickens. The Arizona Cardinals secondary, I'm just finding it hard to believe. But they were able to shut out George Pickens and Lamb first half. Bland versus Harrison. Oh, my gosh. This dude Harrison, he had a coming out game today. But I'm not gonna hate too hard on Bland. We wanted man-to-man. We got man-to-man. Harrison one-on-one against anybody is a problem. I don't care who it is. Harrison is a big body, strong wide receiver. Man-to-man on anybody, he going to be a problem. We got what we wanted. I'm not going to complain about that. Harrison beat him. He would have beat anybody. Cowboys defensive backs versus Trey McBride. Did I not say it? Trey McBride was a problem for the Cowboys defensive backs. I think he got away with some push-offs, but he's still a problem. He's a problem. I said Cowboys D-line against the Cardinals O-line. I think the Cowboys D-line did really well. Shoot, Jadeveon Clowney he was a monster tonight. Jadeveon Clowney, Donovan Ezeraku, even Dante Fowler came alive a little bit tonight. Hey, let me tell you, Matty Eberflus, I'm going to give him credit. He was in his bag tonight. Now, he didn't hold them to no 10 points. But for him to hold them to 27, I thought that's all you needed to hold them to was 27. If you tell me the Cowboys before this game hold them to 27, I tell you the Cowboys win because the Cowboys going to score 40. We can't even say 40 no more. We're going to say 40. Offensive keys. What did I say? The Cowboys need to reestablish the run with Williams. Don't let that box score fool you. They didn't reestablish the run. They did not reestablish the run. Dak Prescott needs to get back to being Dak Prescott. He can't because the play calling is terrible. The Dallas Cowboys, I said feed George Pickens. They didn't feed George Pickens. I said be patient underneath on quarters. They couldn't be patient because Dak was running for his life. They didn't exploit any mismatches. What did I say? Aggressive play calling. Didn't do it. What did I say? Score 40 points. Didn't do it. I told y'all the reality of this team. I told y'all you don't have to accept the reality of this team. I'm just telling you the reality of this team and what it is. If this team don't score 40, it's not winning. Bottom line, if this team don't score 40, it's not winning. Bottom line. Tonight, 30 could have won it. 30 could have won it tonight. But if Brian Schottenheimer is going to continue to spend all of his time in the defensive room and mail it in on the offensive side of the ball, we're going to see similar results. Cowboys, of course, they didn't run Jaden Blue, didn't even run Malik Davis. We're still struggling to get Javonte Williams to 20 carries. But again, he had another crucial fumble tonight. I said minimal penalties. Didn't happen. The Cowboys killed themselves in penalties. No turnovers. Didn't happen tonight. The Cowboys killed themselves with turnovers. Win time of possession. The Cowboys actually lost time of possession tonight. Score touchdowns. The Cowboys didn't even score a touchdown offensively until what, the third quarter? Explosive plays to Turpin. Ain't happening. Blue in the passing game. We already know he was inactive tonight. George Pickens deep shots. Didn't do it. Stuff is pretty simple to figure out. Look at what I said about this. Look at what I said the defensive keys were. Get 4 defensive stops. They did it. They did it. They didn't force the turnovers. Kyler Murray didn't play. They minimized the explosive plays, still had some. I thought they did decently against the run, but look what they did. I give them the last two. They disguised their blitzes, and they blitzed more. And the Cowboys defense, they played pretty physical. There was some times I saw some lacks, but they played pretty physical. They ramped up Jadeveon Clowney. They ramped up Donovan Azaraku. That's exactly what they did. Marquise Bell, but Marquise Bell didn't look good today. This was last week, before the Denver game, but some of the same things still stood. Brandon Aubrey, extra points only. Didn't happen. Kickoff field position, I don't understand why they won't put somebody else back there in the kickoff game like Jaden Blue, and Turpin did not look good tonight. Cowboys didn't reestablish the run, didn't score 40. Pickens didn't have a big night. Murray didn't play, but we made Jacoby Brissett look like an MVP candidate in the grand scheme of things. Cowboys defense, I thought they did play better. I just think they played better. Cowboys will play physical. I thought the defense played a lot more physical, must-win game. And this is where I really fault Brian Schottenheimer. This team didn't look like it just didn't look like they understood the moment. Now, I said if everything went right, the Cowboys would win the game 41-27. I said if things went wrong, the Cardinals would win 30-27. And the Cardinals scored, if I'm not mistaken, the Cardinals scored 27 points. Terrible. Terrible. There's no other way to slice it. Terrible. Brian Schottenheimer's got to get it together, man. Brian Schottenheimer, all the culture stuff, I appreciate it. But, man, you got to start showing it on the field. And right now, the Cowboys are not showing it on the field. And I'm telling you, there was some key moments in this game. Brian Schottenheimer is just totally out of it. I just don't think he has control of the team anymore. And I don't mean from all the culture stuff. I think the team believes in Shotty. But what I mean by losing control of the team, what he's saying isn't translating on the field to it's not translating. It's not translating. And Brian has to just understand, man, and I know he understands, but bro, you can't just give all your time to the defense and just take for granted that your offense is still going to be fine. This is the only solution I can think, or the only reason I can think of why he looks so bad is he's spending too much time with the defense. At least this is what I'm giving. But, man, I'm telling you, teams have cracked the code on Brian Schottenheimer. It's not Dak Prescott they've cracked the code on. It's not George Pickens. It's not CeeDee Lamb. They have cracked the code on Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, Rumbowski said, copycat league. Stop Schotty's run plays and tendencies. Rumbowski, I said it today. Schotty said he wants to be multiple, but he refuses to be multiple with a running back that could get you outside or be a threat outside like Jaden Blue. I said it today. I'm telling you, once you stop his inside run game, it's over. He cooked. Schotty is cooked without that inside run game, and it's the only thing he wants to do. Schotty has not been multiple the way he said he wanted to be. He has not been. And people keep trying to give him credit for it, but he's not. People try to give him credit for it because they don't, he doesn't like the kind of running back Blue is. Okay, well, Blue was inactive today. How that working out for you? Yeah. Stop Schotty's run plays and tendencies. Don't go for big plays against Dallas defense, but just move the chains. Eat up the clock, kick Dak off the field. W. Exactly. Exactly. John Cyrus said He had 2 tickets to a Cowboys game in his car. Someone broke in and left 2 more. Yep. Shane Allen, Dak Prescott almost got hurt again. Almost got hurt again. Dak Prescott is running for his life. Philly boy, instead of punishing Jaden Blue, Shotty needs to coach him up. Philly boy, I want to see if he's going to have that same energy this week. He said you can't put the ball on the ground. We've seen Javonte Williams put the ball on the ground now in 2 crucial moments. I told y'all I'm not buying Shotty. I'm not buying what he's saying about Jaden Blue. This is starting to sound like or look like, I hate to say it, it's starting to look like Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy, very bullheaded in his way of calling. He didn't want to make a lot of changes, and it was Brian Schottenheimer who brought the changes to him. But Brian Schottenheimer is not practicing what he preached. Gene Marks, he said, G, time to play GM again. After what you've seen at this point, do you fire Eberflus tomorrow? No. No, Eberflus didn't look bad tonight. Eberflus was actually coaching that defense. He was doing the best with what he had. And I thought Eberflus, everything that Eberflus was asked to do, he did it. He was aggressive. He went more man. He blitzed. He ran more than a 4-man front. Matt Eberflus was in his bag. 5 sacks. The only thing that was missing from Eberflus tonight was turnovers. And understand when you go man. Y'all do know, y'all do know that even when the Cowboys were winning with Dan Campbell, and when they were running man-to-man with Diggs and Bland, y'all do know they were getting burnt too, don't you? They were also getting burnt for touchdowns. But the issue is they were also making big plays. The big plays were overshadowing some of the big plays that were being made on Bland. Some of the big plays that were being made on Diggs. And when you go man-to-man, you can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. You wanna run man? Understand you're gonna get cooked. Bottom line, you're getting cooked. You're not gonna get cooked every play, but you're getting cooked. And when you go up against a freak athlete, wide receiver like Harrison Jr., I'm just telling us, Matt Eberflus said, I'm going to give you what you want. You want man, I'm going to give you man. He gave it to us. I can't argue with Matt Eberflus tonight. Matt Eberflus held his team to 27 points. Had the Cowboys been scoring, I think they score less. I think Arizona scores less. If the Cowboys could have scored, the Cowboys got to stop, I believe, on the first drive. We didn't score. Then we held them to 3 points. We didn't score. Man, if you gonna tell me they're gonna hold them to 10 points to almost mid-second quarter, what else do we want this defense to do? The defense tonight didn't get beat because it was bad. The defense tonight got beat because the Cowboys' offense was bad. Had the Cowboys' offense scored points, we would have been singing the praises of this defense tonight. We would have sung the praises of this defense. They didn't look bad tonight. No, them boys played. That defense played. Understand, when you play man-to-man, you're going to get beat. Understand it. I'm not tripping too hard. I'm telling you, Harrison is a great wide receiver. He's going to be great in this league. And if you're going to put this man-to-man, that's what you're getting. That's just what you're getting. You're going to get that. I mean, that move he put on Bland in the end zone, man, even CeeDee Lamb was like, wow. Just a great move. It was man-to-man. Yeah, DC for life. 808. Lenore needs to be wide receiver 3. I said it. Philly boy. We don't have cheap coaches. I thought we had cheap coaches, Philly boy. Somebody ran something on X the other day, and they were showing what these coaches get paid. And we were talking about Brian Schottenheimer's underpaid. Man, Brian Schottenheimer is making more than the coach over in Green Bay. I mean, he's making more than quite a few coaches. I was shocked. Brian Schottenheimer is not as cheap as people think. Nah, he's not as cheap as people think. I saw what these other coaches making. If those numbers are right, nah, he ain't cheap. Nah, Jerry's paying him pretty good for a coach who's never coached before. Nah, Jerry's paying him really good. Janie Scott, I said the same thing tonight. Man, let Dak call his own plays. I said the same thing. John Jones, you know what the problem is? The D-line don't suck, but them tackles do. The defensive tackles for the Cowboys, man. Nate Thomas brought, let me tell y'all something. Calais Campbell picked up Nate Thomas, or whatever his name is, Thomas. Did y'all see the play towards the end of the game? Calais Campbell literally almost picked him up with one hand and moved him out of the way and got to Dak Prescott. Cowboys got problem at tackle. They do. Cowboys got problems at tackle. And towards the end, that line just was, that line was Swiss cheese at the end. But again, I'm just telling you, I'm not blaming the Cowboys defense. Not tonight. I'm not blaming that defense tonight. They held the Arizona Cardinals to 10 points mid-second quarter. If the Cowboys had been scoring on those stops, the Cowboys would have won the game. Shotty not going for the 3 points, I believe, at the beginning of the game. I think that was a key moment in the game. He should have took the points there. He should have took the points there. That was a very pivotal fourth down that he went for. He didn't get. I also think the fourth down that Dak Prescott threw to CeeDee Lamb, Troy Aikman was talking about it. He didn't understand why did CeeDee Lamb take that route all the way to the top. The guy was playing soft coverage. CeeDee Lamb could have pulled up, turned around right there at the marker, first down and got it. Made Dak Prescott have to wait, hesitate, and then Dak had to throw a floater with the guy's hands in his face, wound up getting knocked down. Also, we got to stop pressing and throwing the ball and forcing ourselves to throw the ball to CeeDee Lamb. It was a doggone 4th and 4. We went for 17 yards. Javonte Williams was down there to the left, option route. He should have threw it down to Javonte Williams. I don't understand it. Loke, I'm telling us, Brian Schottenheimer's philosophy is hurting this team. Yeah, I like big backs. Bro, the defenses are watching how you're running with Javonte Williams. They're not going to let you do it. They're watching the Cowboys. They are watching them on tape. And like I said, I thought about this, and I mentioned it even when Clayton Adams was being talked about. For as much as we talk about Clayton Adams and his run game, y'all do know Arizona wasn't all that good last year. Y'all do know that, right? Arizona wasn't that good last year. We acting like Arizona went to the Super Bowl or something. Teams are watching the Cowboys on tape and they're stopping them. And I'm like, Queen, I just think that Brian Schottenheimer is not looking at his opponents. It's like he's not looking at what his opponents do well and then try to exploit weaknesses in the opposing defense. It's just like he's not studying. Brian Schottenheimer got outcoached. And I'm telling you, I'm not blaming the defense. No, I'm not blaming the defense. The defense, we already know what they are. But I'm telling y'all that defense played a lot better tonight. That defense did everything we've been asking them to do. Every single thing. We wanted them to blitz more, they blitzed more. We wanted them to go man more, they went man more. They did everything we wanted them to do. We wanted them to get more sacks, they got more sacks. They did what we asked them to do. And I think they also did what we asked them to do, because if you tell me they're going to hold the Cardinals to 0 points in the fourth quarter. Arizona Cardinals one of the worst teams in the league in the fourth quarter. Had the Cowboys been able to hold on, or had the Cowboys just been able to score, if the Cowboys could have took them into the fourth quarter, tied up, or only down by 3, Cowboys probably run off on them. They probably run off on them in the fourth quarter. I'm just telling us. I'm telling us. I'm not blaming the defense tonight. I'm not. Nah, this dude, Matt Eberflus, did everything we asked him to do. Everything. Every single thing. He did the best that he could with what he had. He made all the adjustments that we asked him to make with this team. Schotty, man, I'm telling you. Schotty got to get out of that defensive room. Alex, what's going on? O-line underperformed. Yep. Didn't run the ball enough and bad play calling. Alex, he didn't run the ball enough because the Cardinals were stopping that run game. I'm telling y'all, man, Brian has talked about all this stuff about being multiple, but he refuses to do it. When you tell me you got a running back like Jaden Blue who can get to the edges, a running back that runs a 4.2 840, that you can get in space, you can work in the passing game, but you refuse to use him on the outsides when they take away the middle, so you won't try to exploit the edges so you can maybe open back up the middle. That's not multiple. That's not multiple. Going with only one type of running back and only one style of running, that's not multiple. The way the Cowboys are lining up, no motion. Tonight, they went away from the full. Anybody notice? They went away from the fullback game. They went away from Hunter Lipke in the backfield. What was this all about? You say you're going to be multiple, but you're not being multiple. It's just a lot of talk. Yep, let Dak call red zone. Ferg right over the game, predictable. Man, Ferg, let me tell you something, Cole. Jake Ferguson got me hot right now. Jake Ferguson getting paid too much to drop passes like he's dropping them. He getting paid too much to drop passes and fumble the ball. He getting paid too much. This dude is supposed to be a premier tight end. Didn't look like it tonight. But that dude, that McBride dude on the other side, now he like a top five tight end. Frederick Johnson said if Jerry's a salesman, people say he is, trade some of your assets for the 26-27 season. I've already been saying, Frederick, it's 26-27 for the Cowboys. I told us they were going to flash. The Cowboys have flashed. But teams are starting to catch up with Brian Schottenheimer. Let's see what he does when he comes out of the trade, after we come out of the bye week. But I can tell you now, what the Cowboys have done to themselves tonight, this is the third game. This is the third game the Cowboys have lost that they needed to win, and they should have won, that would have kept them in the playoff race. When you look over at this playoff race now, let me tell you something. The Cowboys need so much help. The Cowboys are 3-5-1. The Cowboys, we're not even talking about the playoffs. The Cowboys are 1.5 games, basically 2 games behind the Bears. They're 2 games behind the Bears. They're 2.5 games behind the Philadelphia Eagles. It is literally going to require, and the Cowboys have put some pressure on themselves that I'm not sure they can do. I'm just being honest with you. They got to show us something coming out of the bye. Because I am telling you now, when you look at this Dallas Cowboys schedule and when you look at what they have done to themselves tonight, the Cowboys have put themselves, I don't even know if you call it behind the 8-ball. I don't even know if you call this behind the 8-ball, man. The Cowboys have put themselves in a predicament. The Cowboys are 3-5-1. So that's basically 9 games. The Cowboys have 8 games left. In order for the Cowboys to probably solidify themselves, do we not realize the Cowboys would have to run the gauntlet? Cowboys would have to run the table on this. They will have to win every last one of these games. And I'm not even going to say I'm not sure they can do it. I know they're not going to win every last one of these games. Because they were going up, down, up, down, up, down. Well, now they've lost 2 in a row. They got a streak. They wanted a win streak, but they got a losing streak now. They've lost 2 in a row. Going into the bye week with a loss. They have the Raiders coming up. Supposed to be an easy win. Well, I thought the Arizona Cardinals was going to be an easy win. Wasn't an easy win. Got to understand, they got Ashton Genty. Geno Smith has looked like absolute garbage water, but he might revitalize himself against Cowboys. Rejuvenate himself. We got the Raiders. Man, we got the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Lions. Cowboys have put themselves in a predicament, man. Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Chargers. Those other 3 games, the Raiders, the Vikings, the Giants, the Commanders. Those games could go either way. But the Eagles, I was very confident they were going to beat the Eagles, but Tatiana said that's insane. Couldn't even score on offense. Tatiana, that's what did us in. If they had been scoring when the defense was stopping the Cardinals, I don't think the Cardinals scored 27. I think the Cardinals, man, I'm telling us, we got to understand, this defense tonight played better than what we're giving it credit for. If the Cowboys would have been scoring touchdowns, I don't think the Cardinals score 27 points. I don't think they scored 27 points. I don't. They scored 27 points because the Cowboys couldn't score. That's why they scored 27 points. We couldn't score. This was a night that we didn't do the defense no favors. Do y'all know how crazy this is? The Cowboys defense. Do we not realize how crazy this is? The Cowboys defense was on the field 33 minutes. Give or take some punt returns or punt returns or kick returns or whatever. They were on the field 30 plus minutes for the most part. They only gave up 27 points. And they gave up those 27 points. We're acting like they gave up those 27 points because they're just bad, and they have been bad. I'm not telling you they were all-time great, but tonight, that defense, it looked like they truly made changes. Look at the results. If I would have told you the Cowboys are going to get 5 sacks, what? 5 sacks? They held them to 7 of 13 on third down. Did give up 23 first downs. But in the grand scheme of things, these numbers are all some lows for the Cowboys. These are literally some low numbers for the Cowboys. And we got beat. Ain't no way. Ain't no way if you'd have told me yesterday the Cowboys were going to hold them to 27 points, we'd have lost the game. I'd have told you, ain't no way. I'd have told you there's no way we're losing because our offense is so high-powered. Man, I'm telling you, George Pickens, I was a little nervous today. George Pickens, you could clearly see he was frustrated. Today. And I think that little play he did to the opposing player, that was some of his frustration. Some of his frustration. I'm telling us, this offense was terrible tonight. Poobie D, I can get with you on what you're saying, but Poobie D, this offense, the play calling was terrible, Poobie D. And Poobie D, I want you to sleep on this and you tell me what you think tomorrow. But I'm sorry, but the defense looked better. The defense, follow what I'm saying. They gave up 27 because the offense couldn't score. We know our defense needs some help. The Cowboys couldn't punch it in the end zone. And Schotty, by not kicking field goals, was being aggressive. Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. Schotty was being aggressive without confidence. Did Brian Schottenheimer look confident to y'all tonight? He didn't to me. He didn't look confident in the least to me. Didn't look confident at all. Schotty did not look confident at all tonight. And I said this before, this is what I wanted to see. How does Brian Schottenheimer prepare his teams week to week to week to week? How does Brian Schottenheimer prepare the team? This team didn't look prepared. The team didn't look prepared. They didn't look like they understood the moment. And I told y'all this before. I don't agree with coaches, with people who say stuff like, yeah, even kill coach. I told y'all this. I just think there are certain games you've got to get your team up for. You have to figure out ways to get your team up. Every single week. You got to figure out ways to get them up, get them motivated. You got to impress upon them the importance of why they got to win a certain game. I'm not treating tonight. If I'm the Cowboys, no, I'm telling the Cowboys if I'm the coach, hey, the playoffs start tonight. I would have told them tonight, playoff starts tonight. I would have told them every game from this point forward, it's a playoff game. We got to turn up the level of intensity. It's a playoff game every single time we step on the field now. Why? Because every team is going to give us their best shot. So now we got to be prepared for every team's best shot while at the same time trying to make the playoffs. Playoff game every single day. I mean, every single Monday, Sunday, or Thursday, playoff game. You can't treat a game like tonight like, Yeah, it's the first game of the season. No, this is not the first game of the season. No, this do or die right here. Brian didn't have this team ready. And I'm telling y'all, I want y'all to sleep on it and go back and watch this game if you can. Matt Eberflus gave us everything we asked Matt Eberflus to give us, and what he gave us is what comes along with what he gave us. Understand, if you're going to go man to man, you got to be prepared to get burned. You have to be prepared to get burned. Because you don't have Patrick Surtain. Everybody don't have a top 5 cornerback. But when you go man to man, you're saying, I'm willing to get burned. I'm willing to take some chances because I'm also willing to take some chances on some big plays. Flus did everything we asked him to do. Less zone, more man, blitzes, you name it. Flus did it. What else do we want? The only thing we could ask more of is a turnover. Could you have generated maybe 1 or 2 turnovers? Because if you could have generated... Oh, wait, did I forget? Special teams got a 7 of the points. Special teams got 7 of the 17 points. Special teams. Brian Schottenheimer got outcoached. And Jerry, he's got to keep Brad Schottenheimer out of the defensive room from this point forward. Keep him out of the defensive room. Alex, those fumbles killed us. I'm just telling y'all, Dak Prescott seems to be the only person on this team on a week-to-week basis that seems to be prepared. Dak Prescott seems to be the only player prepared, knows the assignment, and sticks to it. Dak Prescott is throwing interceptions in garbage time. I don't even worry about that interception he threw. Dak Prescott was under duress. The play calling was terrible. Just didn't make sense. Yeah. Javonte, that fumble by Javonte Williams was a backbreaker. Also the one by Jake Ferguson. Backbreaker, the one with Javonte killed us. Alex, I brought this up. Troy Aikman talked about it. Doesn't understand why CeeDee Lamb doesn't understand the moment. Runs a full route, only needed 4 yards. Made Dak Prescott hesitate on the throw. And then when he gets to make the throw, he has to float it up. Quentin Warner, he said, gee, that's why the Bears-Panthers loss was critical. I see maybe 2 wins. It will not be enough. Quentin Warner, appreciate that super chat. Got another $5 super chat. Said, gee, the back half of the defense is just garbage. Surprise, MH Jr. didn't have 200 receiving yards. Quentin, I'm telling you, though. And I get what you're saying. But some of that was the result of playing man-to-man. When you play a receiver like Harrison Jr., man-to-man, bro, you're going to have to figure in you're getting burned. Harrison looks like a man amongst boys. Book it. You're getting burned. You're getting burned. It's no getting around it. You're getting burned when you play a wide receiver like Harrison Jr. But again, if y'all just think about the flow of this ball game, just think about how crazy this is. The Dallas Cowboys defense held the Arizona Cardinals to 3 points in the first quarter. If I'm not mistaken, in the first quarter, Cowboys got the ball, twice? The Cowboys got the ball first in the opening drive, decided not to kick a field goal, went for it. I think the Cowboys got the ball again because the Cowboys got to stop. The Cowboys defense got to stop. And the Cowboys still came away with no points. That's the ball game right there. That's the ball game. That is literally the ball game. If you're not going to score 5 or 6 of the times that you get the ball, and if 5 of those aren't touchdowns, you're not winning. I'm sorry, but the Cowboys defense got some key stops. Key stops. Got the Cowboys the ball back. Key stops. And we blundered it away. The offense blundered it away. Bad play design. Couldn't protect Dak Prescott. Couldn't run the ball consistently. That's why I say the box score, you have to watch the game. Because you would have thought Javonte Williams killed it out there. Javonte Williams didn't do nothing out there. Javonte got a lot of this when the Cowboys were trying to come back. The Cardinals were trying to put themselves in a pass defense because they knew the Cowboys had to throw the ball, and Brian Schottenheimer popped off a few runs in there, and that's how they got to 83 yards. That doggone run game was absolute trash. It was trash. And the sad part is, the people who suffer for this, especially, is a player like Dak Prescott. Because once again, Dak Prescott has got to listen to people who every time the Cowboys don't do something, they got to run to the easy answer and say, yeah, it was Dak Prescott's fault. Dak Prescott was the best thing they had on the field tonight. Dak Prescott was playing his butt off. Playing his butt off. Problem was the play calling. Let's check out Brian Schottenheimer. All right, let's let this ad run. Then we're going to listen to Brian Schottenheimer. Cowboys, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling y'all, I understand what y'all saying about the defense. But if you really think about this defense tonight, they played a lot better. They did a lot of the stuff we asked them to do. Now we saw tonight what we have is we don't have the players. We don't have the players. And we understand that. We don't have the players. But Matt Eberflus tonight? Nah, Matt Eberflus called a great game. Matt Eberflus called a great game tonight. Yeah. I'm awake. That's the problem. You said your offense carried the defense all season. Yep. You're right. But they haven't the last 2 games. They haven't the last 2 games. They've been doing anything but carrying this team. Hail Mary said you can't play man defense and allow wide receivers to cleanly come off the line. Harrison didn't do anything on that TD. Bland stands there and allowed Harrison to dance in front of him. Man, he put a stutter step on and made that boy fall. But that's also Hail Mary because, man, Harrison is a dangerous receiver. But again, I'm just telling us, man. But if we look at this in totality, Cowboys didn't get beat because the defense was just utterly bad like they've been. They got beat because the Cowboys defense was actually getting stops and the offense wasn't scoring. Nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. All right, let's check out Brian Schottenheimer.
Drive looked pretty energetic by us offensively. I didn't think that we did a good job of finalizing that drive. I thought we moved the ball right down the field pretty well, and unfortunately couldn't get it in. And wanted to be aggressive there. Felt good about the calls down there, and we just weren't able to get it done. But I didn't sense that.
Defensively, you said subtle changes, major changes. What did you think of the defense overall?
I thought first and second down we were awesome.
Dallas Morning News. Your thoughts on the start of this game? It looked like you guys didn't have a lot of energy from our perspective. I don't know how you felt being on the sideline.
I thought the first drive looked pretty energetic by us offensively. I didn't think that we did a good job of finalizing that drive. I thought we moved the ball right down the field.
No, Calvin Watkins is right. I don't think Shotty's being honest. I don't think Shotty's being honest. Cowboys came out flat just like they did against the Denver Broncos. Cowboys came out flat, man. Calvin Watkins is right. I said the same thing. They had no energy. They didn't even look like they understood the moment. They didn't look like they were playing for their life. That's not how they looked. The Cowboys were out there like they were a 7-2 team. They were out there like we're 6-2. Oh, no big deal. It's Arizona Cardinals. We're 6-2. No sense of urgency. No, Calvin Watkins is right. Nah, Brian, I'm not agreeing with you on that, brother.
Field pretty well, and unfortunately couldn't get it in. And wanted to be aggressive there. Felt good about the calls down there, and we just weren't able to get it done. But I didn't sense that.
Defensively, you said subtle changes, major changes. What did you think of the defense overall?
I thought first and second down we were awesome. I thought we did a really good job on first, second down. I thought we affected the passer. I know we had 5 sacks. I thought some of the 5-1 stuff that we did was really good, very effective. Our biggest problem on defense was third down. We just struggled to get off the field on third down, and conversely, when they got in the red zone, we weren't able to, get them to kick field goals. So we got to be better. I think this game came down to really 3 things: the giveaway takeaway battle, which we were not very good. We were loose with the ball all day, -3. You're never going to win games in this league being -3, and really the last one doesn't count, for Dak. He's just launching up there on 4th and forever. And then situational football. We weren't able to sustain enough drives because we weren't very good on third down, and they did a good job, and they converted some thirds and longs.
Clarence Hill, deal on us Cowboys. You've been bad on third down all year, last in the league coming into the game. What's been the problem on third down?
Yeah, different reasons. For most of the game, it was not, or most of the season, it's been, not being able to get pressure on the quarterback. This game, I just thought there was some big voids that they were taking advantage of. I thought Marvin Harrison played really well. They obviously were trying to get him involved, and they did that. But, again, I just felt like that, without studying the film, there were some big voids. And, again, we just got to look at it. But I thought the pass rush was really good. And, again, they did a better job protecting on third down than we did offensively.
But see, I'm telling us, though, it's a chain reaction. No, the defense got some critical stops. The problem was the offense. You got the ball first, Brian. You got the ball first. There's no excuse. You got the ball first. You have to go and score. You have to score. You have to score, Brian. And I think the decision that he made was wrong. You talk about situational football. Get them points on the board, bro. Get them points on the board. Don't let them points go by. Get those points on the board. It's not like you were behind. Now, if you're behind, I can understand you're saying, no, we're going to be aggressive right here. No. Go ahead and get them first 3 points on the board. Get your team settled in. You come back and you get the ball again. The defense got another stop, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was that one. They got another stop. Or they held them to 3. Then you get the ball again. You come out there and you score a touchdown. They had no energy. And I'm telling us, I don't think they scored 27 points on the Cowboys if the Cowboys' offense is working. Cowboys' offense wasn't working. And Brian, I'm telling you, you're saying something here. Brian says, how do you not score points with Lamb, Ferguson, and Pickens? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And again, when I'm talking about Eberflus, I'm just telling us, man, Eberflus did everything we asked him to do. He did everything we asked him to do. I'm not going to compare. I'm not going to complain. I'm just telling you. I'm not going to complain about Deron Bland getting burned. If I asked Matt Eberflus to play more man, well, he's going to get burned. I'm just telling y'all, we didn't notice this or I don't know why we didn't notice this. Bland has always gotten burned, but he's also made huge plays. Like the touchdown he got against the Commanders, pick 6. That's Bland. That's been Bland. That's been Trayvon Diggs even. High risk, high reward. We used to watch Trayvon Diggs get burned sometimes, and then we watched Trayvon Diggs take a chance. Interception, take it to the crib. That's the life of a cornerback, period. I'm not tripping on Deron Bland because they only gave up 27 points. And I know you say only, but keep this in your mind. They only gave up 27 when the offense literally didn't score a touchdown in the first half. Let that sink in. Our first touchdown was a special teams touchdown. Arizona scored 17 points in the first half because our offense refused to score. We don't have the type of defense that we're going to hold, and we already know this. We don't have the type of defense that's going to hold a team to 3 points. They're not. They're not going to hold a team to 3 points in the first half. We know that. But if they're going to get you major stops, the Cowboys got major stops. Could they not get them off the field on third down? They couldn't. But I can tell you this, they were trying. They were scratching and clawing. They were trying. And man, give Jacoby Brissett some credit. He just stood in there on some of those when the pocket collapsed around him. I mean, Jacoby Brissett just stood in there and just made some great throws. I mean, he just absolutely did. He stood in there, he made some great throws. And that was one of the reasons why I was a little bit concerned about Jacoby Brissett playing rather than Kyler Murray, because I think he's a better quarterback. He's not a better athlete, but he's a better quarterback than Kyler Murray. So, no, Brian, this is a lot to do with Brian Schottenheimer's offense. I don't want to hear that the defense couldn't stop him on third down. Are you going to talk about the fact that you couldn't score into the third quarter? Couldn't score until the third quarter. What do we want the defense to do? I mean, I know we want them to do, but what they did is more than they've done. They tried to hold the Arizona Cardinals, but the problem is, let me tell you something. Man, them doggone Arizona Cardinals made a great adjustment at halftime, and they came out in that third quarter, and they popped, and I mean they popped the Dallas Cowboys right between the eyes and opened it up with a touchdown. That was the thing that did us in. And the reason why it did us in, and again, I'm not taking this as the defense being at fault. But if the offense is not going to keep track with the Arizona Cardinals, well, you're not going to win the game. They put the defense in a rock and a hard place. Once the defense gets down 17-7, boy, that's a rock and a hard place. That's an absolute rock in the hard place. And again, you can tell me anything you want to about third downs. But a lot of this is happening because, bro, you didn't score. You didn't score into the third quarter.
So now I got to look at that.
There's so much talk at trade deadline tomorrow. Jerry talked earlier today about making a trade. Will a trade help you at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of the trade, but, I'm going to Clarence stick to the game right now, and we'll have more time to talk about that tomorrow.
Bland, he played more outside than a couple of weeks ago. You moved into the slot. Can you talk about the decision to play him outside? Was it Bill Harrison, or what was the decision there?
Yeah, we like the matchup, and Duron's a great player, and he's a guy that we really trust, and I think the one touchdown he slipped and fell. That happens sometimes, but
no, he got a move
part
put
of
on
the plan. We knew where Marvin played. He was going to play split end quite a bit, and we felt good about the matchup.
Brian Todarch with ESPN. Fourth quarter, chance to make it a 2-score game, and you went for it on 4th down. Can you kind of walk us through the decision there?
Yeah, I mean, Todd, we were going to be aggressive all game. I mean, that was part of the deal. And like I've told you guys, if I like the call, I'm going to go. And I trust.
Now, remember what I told you? He was aggressive with no confidence. He had already made, now think about what he said. They made the decision before the game to be aggressive. I can get with that. But you also got to understand the flow of the game. The flow of the game. The opening drive, you can't get it in the end zone. That's not an aggressive call to me. It's 0-0. You're not behind. You have got the ball first. 0-0. It is not aggressive to be inside of the 10-yard line or wherever we were to go for it there. That's not aggressive. It's not aggressive to where you can get it to a 2-score game, where you can make it 20-17. Or was it, no, 20 to, you could have made the score, I think it was, you could have made the score 20-27 or somewhere. I'm trying to figure out what the score was at that point in time. But whatever the case is, that's still not aggressive. That's still not aggressive. You have got to be smarter in that situation. You have absolutely got to be smarter. The score was 27-17. Yeah. Could have made it 27-20. Okay. Could have made it 27-20. You didn't do it. Why not? Why not? Why not do it? Didn't make a lot of sense. That to me is aggressiveness and no confidence. You got to understand the flow of the game. You got to understand how the game is going. Bro, you got to take them points. You have to take those points. Especially knowing how the Cardinals give out in the fourth quarter. You got to take those points.
Our offense, but we didn't make the plays tonight. And that comes, same thing in the red zone. You know, the first drive of the game, felt really good about the call. We didn't get a chance to execute it, but we were going to go into this game and be aggressive because we felt like it was going to give us the best chance to win.
What's as you go to the bye week, does it come at a good time? Does it come at a bad time? How do you view it?
I mean, it's comes when it comes. You know, we got a lot of work to do. You know, I challenge the guys. We got to find solutions. We sit where we sit. There's a lot of things for us to look at, a lot of things for us to learn from. I do think that the defense did some good things today. And,
they did.
5 sacks for them.
Yeah.
But we turned around and we're not very good on offense protecting Dak.
That's it.
Took too many hits today. That can't happen. And it's something that we got to look at why.
Yes, that's true. That's a truth bomb. No, the defense did some things. I'm telling y'all guys, the defense did some things right tonight. This is why I'm not tripping on the defense as hard, because Matt Eberflus did everything we asked him to do. And we can't have it both ways. We can't get mad that they ran man-to-man, but then on the other hand, we're mad now because DeRon Bland got burned by a freak athlete wide receiver in Harrison Jr. No, you got to accept that is what comes along. For me, I call that not going out like a sucker. If I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out swinging. Matt Eberflus went out swinging tonight. Matt Eberflus absolutely went out swinging. He did. He went out swinging. Matt Eberflus showed us exactly what it looked like. Okay, this is what y'all want. Understand. Don't complain when Bland gets burned. Don't complain. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. And I didn't expect, man, I don't care who it is. Harrison Jr. is a freak wide receiver. And what had been holding him back, I'd been following the Cardinals. I think I watched them a couple of times on like either Monday night or something. And one of the things that I heard them talking about with Harris Jr., what had been holding him back, Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, what was holding him back? Couldn't get the ball to him. I understand why he couldn't get the ball to him. Can't see over the line. Jacoby Brissett can get the ball to him. That's the difference. Jacoby Brissett can get the ball to him. Shoot, Jacoby Brissett, if I'm not mistaken, didn't look too bad the last game. Man, I'm telling you, when you run man-to-man, you're getting burned, period. I'm sorry, you're getting burned. But Matt Eberflus, I give him credit, he stayed aggressive. He took some chances on third down. They couldn't make the plays, but it wasn't because he didn't call the right play. No, Matt Eberflus called the game tonight. The thing that limited Matt Eberflus tonight, hands down, players. It's players. Matt Eberflus made adjustments. I'm not telling you Matt Eberflus is the best coach in the world. I'm telling you that he coached a good game tonight. And the players just got burned. The players got beat. They got blocked at certain points, but they were out there scrapping. And if you would have told me that they were going to get 4 or more stops, sack the quarterback 5 times, and hold this team to 27 points, I'm telling you they won the game. I would have told you, hey, yeah, they won the game. But if the offense ain't going to score, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. Poobie D, I'm telling you, man, Turpin playing the third wide receiver is affecting the way he returns kicks. The dude is out there tiptoeing and loafing. That's all he's doing, tiptoeing and loafing out there and ready to get on the field. Brian Schottenheimer should not be letting him play third wide receiver. The game turned when Ryan Flanoy got in there and Ryan Flanoy started doing some things. Ryan Flanoy needs to be the third receiver. End of story. Michael Pyatt, he said, I disagree with the defense played good tonight. They did. The defense got 5 sacks in the fourth quarter at the 10-minute mark. The defense looked crap all night. I'm sorry, Michelle. I'm sorry I said Michael. Michelle, let me run it back for you again. They didn't play bad. They didn't play bad. They held them to 3 points in the first quarter. Michelle, who played bad was the offense. The offense got the ball first, didn't score a touchdown. The defense held them to 3 points. The offense gets the ball again, doesn't score a touchdown. The defense actually held the Arizona Cardinals to 10 points to more than half of the first quarter. You know what let us down? The offense registered 0 points. That was the problem. The offense registered 0 points. If we could have just scored points in here, if we could have had more time of possession in here, it would have really helped out a defense that needs some help. 17 points. I know we're saying the defense played bad. Y'all do realize Arizona only scored 10 points in the second half. $10 points. This team has scored 40, 44, and 40 at home. A 32-year-old defensive coordinator held Brian Schottenheimer. Are y'all following what I'm telling you? The Dallas Cowboys offense scored 1 touchdown in the entire game. What? One touchdown. This defense, I'm telling you, did not play as bad as people think. 17 in the first half, and it was 10 all the way to more than half of the second quarter. No, the problem for this team tonight was very simple. Every time the offense got the ball, they did not score a touchdown. That's the problem. I can live with Duran Bland getting burned. I can live with it. We asked for man-to-man, we got it. That's what comes with man-to-man. We got it. But what's not supposed to happen is your offense not scoring a touchdown until the fourth quarter. That is the problem. And I told y'all today, that run game that Brian Schottenheimer wants to run, that run game, once you figure it out and you stop it, is trash. Teams have gotten smart in a matter of a few games on Brian Schottenheimer. Ron Bowski talked about it. It's very simple. You want to know how you beat the Dallas Cowboys? You stop them from running the ball. You force them to throw the ball. You put a shell coverage on their offense so you don't give them nothing deep, nothing intermediate, and they're not going to try to get it either. They won't try to get it. They're not going to run no deep crosses. They're not going to run no go routes. They're not going to, the Cowboys are not going to try to scheme anybody open. They're not going to run a lot of motion. The Cowboys line up in front of you. They think they're better than you. They line up in front of you, do a couple of things, and then they run their play. That's the Dallas Cowboys. You keep them underneath. You take away all the big plays, and then you make one stop. This is what the Arizona Cardinals did tonight. It makes no sense that you got CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, Kevontae Turpin. You got those players, Javonte Williams, you got those players on the field. And you telling me you could only muster 7 points on offense? I'm telling y'all, this ain't got nothing to do with the defense. Nothing to do with the defense. This is everything to do with an offense that had bad play calling, no energy, wasn't prepared, dropping passes, turning the ball over, committing penalties. That's the offense, y'all. How many passes did they drop in the beginning of the game? Right in the breadbasket. Oh, and don't even challenge Ferguson. Don't make Ferguson jump up in the air and try to catch a pass, because he ain't going to do it. Boy, you want to talk about a team that sold Dak Prescott out. I'm awake. This is the second bad game. This isn't the first bad game by the offense. It's the second bad game. Brian Schottenheimer called a bad game last week. Brian Schottenheimer called a bad game last week. He called another bad game this week. Jaden says, sorry, G, giving up 3rd and 18 and 2nd and 18. That can't happen, G. Murray played another bad game in coverage. Jaden Justin, but I can give you that. But that ain't what lost the game. No, that isn't what lost the game. I'm showing you what lost the game. Because, Jaden, they gave up a 3rd and 18 and a 2nd and 18. Look how many points they scored. 27 points. Look at how many points the Cowboys scored. The offense scored 1 touchdown in the fourth quarter. That's the story of the game. It's not the defense giving up 3rd and longs. That's not the story. The story is the offense. The offense was awful. Drop passes, fumbles, penalties, lack of confidence, couldn't block for Dak Prescott, couldn't run the ball. The offense was awful. This is not on the defense. It's not. It's not. The defense looked way better tonight. The offense was awful. 7 points? Awful. Awful. Big Rombowski said, I think it's more that the defense looked better tonight than it has since week 1. It did. Main problem for the D tonight was they needed to keep Arizona from moving the chains as much as they did. Big Rombowski, I can tell you one way they could have done. I can tell you what could have really happened. Helped them. Maybe if the Cowboys would have did more scoring and kept them off the field. If the Cowboys would have did more scoring and kept them off the field, the defense might have even looked better. Couldn't keep them off the field. Couldn't keep them off the field. Offense was horrible. Man, I'm telling you, Calais Campbell literally almost picked up Thomas and moved him out of the way and sacked Dak Prescott. Our tackles, I'm telling y'all, the tackles are terrible. The tackles are the problem. I'm just telling you. The tackles are the problem. A part of the problem, but they're a big part of the problem. I'm telling you. Daniel, I'm not blaming the defense because I'm showing you what we saw tonight. I understand the Cowboys defense gave up some plays. They did. I'm not telling you they didn't. But that happens in a football game, Daniel. The Dallas Cowboys defense held the Arizona Cardinals to 3 points in the first quarter. We got the ball 2 times and didn't score. You're telling me we then got the ball in the second quarter. How many times? We got the ball in the second quarter. And Sam Williams, of all people, Sam Williams blocked a punt, and the Cowboys got a... Sam Williams is what kept the game from just being a total runaway. Because the game was about to be totally over in the first half. Sam Williams made a play. Cowboys only scored 3 points in the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, they only scored 1 touchdown. I'm telling us. I'm not telling you the defense played all world. It's not what I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus gave us everything we wanted. You wanted more man-to-man? You got it. Now you might be seeing why Matt Eberflus hasn't been running man-to-man. Because Matt Eberflus knows we can't run man-to-man. But we wanted it, we got it. We wanted more blitzes? Well, that requires some man-to-man. You wanted more blitzes? You got them. We absolutely got everything that we wanted. The offense was awful. And that's the part Brian Schottenheimer's going to have to look in the mirror on. It was awful.
Gimpy, I don't know if that's the right word to start or at the end of the second quarter. Did he take a hit there?
Yeah, banged around. He said he was okay, but he took a lot of shots today. And again, can't let that happen. You know, no one plays very good when they're taking too many hits. So we got to look at why that happened. And we certainly.
You know why it's happening, Brian.
John. You're good.
Nick Harris, 4-star Telegram going into the bye week. I mean, changes I assume you want to make to have better results. Does the bye week allow you to focus on those?
Again, T-Con Drums. I'm going to stick with my same premise. So you're telling me the defense plays offense too? T-Con, you telling me the defense plays offense too? You telling me the defense blew it when they held the Arizona Cardinals to 3 points in the first half, meaning the first quarter. The offense had the ball twice and didn't score. You telling me in the second quarter, the offense doesn't score a point in the second quarter. You're telling me it's the defense's fault. It's the defense's fault that the offense isn't scoring. It's the defense's fault they gave up 14 points. But you're telling me it's the defense fault that the offense couldn't score a touchdown in the second quarter, and you're telling me it's the defense fault that the offense couldn't score a touchdown in the third quarter. Man, I'm telling you, I can respect your thought process. I can respect what you're saying, but I can't agree with it because I watched the game. The offense was awful. You're telling me you got Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Kevontae Turpin, Jake Ferguson, and Javonte Williams, and you can only muster one touchdown at home against the 2-5 Arizona Cardinals. I'm not blaming the defense. I'm not blaming the defense. And Brian Glutt, the Cardinals didn't let up. The Arizona Cardinals are the worst team in the league in the fourth quarter. They are the worst team in the league in the fourth quarter. This is normal for them. It's not a let up for them. It's normal. They don't score points in the fourth quarter. If we could have just scored some points the first three quarters, if we could have got them to the fourth quarter and the score would have been 27-27 or 27-24, we probably win the game because the Arizona Cardinals don't score points in the fourth quarter. Worst team in the league. No, they didn't let up. That's the Arizona Cardinals.
Things a little bit more in your experience in the league. How can bye week changes kind of help revitalize the second half?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it gives you time to find answers and find solutions and ask more difficult questions and look at everything. I mean, you're looking at where you stand at this point, and again, I see a team that's very inconsistent, and that starts with me. That's not on them. That starts with me. We got to play better offensively. We're better than 10 points, which is all we scored. Great job by Sam on the punt block, special teams, but for us to score 10 points offensively is not the standard, and no one's.
This is why I'm asking us, Kanye, are we watching the same game? Brian Schottenheimer has actually told us twice the same thing I'm saying. No, this offense was awful. This offense was awful. They only scored 10 points. That's not the defense fault. That is not the defense fault. And again, do not think the Cardinals, please stop telling yourselves the Cardinals let up, because they didn't. They didn't let up. They absolutely did not give absolutely did not give up. The Arizona Cardinals are the worst team in the league in the fourth quarter. They don't score points in the fourth quarter. Y'all got to explain to me, how does the Cowboys offense not scoring points has anything to do with the defense? When the defense got multiple stops in this game, multiple stops. Cowboys get the ball first. Explain it to me. Why didn't they score? Got the ball the second time. Didn't score. Explain it to me. Explain to me the penalties. What does those offensive penalties got to do with the defense? Explain to me the fumbles. What do those have to do with the defense? What is the defense doing that's causing the Cowboys offense to sputter? What are they doing? You got to explain it to me. I'm telling you, when you go man to man, this is what you're going to get. We want it both ways. We want to be mad at Matt Eberflus when we say, hey, he's not running man to man enough. He's not blitzing enough. He's not making adjustments enough. He did all of those things. Do we see the results? And when I see the results, I'm kind of like, okay, 27 points. Held him to 3, held him to 10 all the way through mid-third quarter, beyond the third quarter. The problem is turnovers. We turned the ball over at key moments. We could not punch the ball in the end zone. We were awful. Brian Schottenheimer even left 6 points out there, calling himself being aggressive. Now, I wanted to show you, because I'm telling you, I know what I know what I'm talking about with the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals have been awful in the fourth quarter. They didn't let off the Cowboys. They did not let off the Cowboys. This was a game they played earlier this year. They played the Carolina Panthers. They beat the Carolina Panthers 27-22. The Arizona Cardinals in the fourth quarter scored 0 points. This isn't a Cowboys thing. This isn't a Cowboys thing when we're watching the Arizona Cardinals and what they did with the Cowboys. It's not a Cowboys thing. No, this is who they have been. And this is why they have lost a lot of games this year. Because in the fourth quarter, they collapse. If the Cowboys just would have did what these other teams do, if you just stay close to them, they do nothing in the fourth quarter. Look at what happened with the Green Bay Packers. They scored 3 points. They scored 3 points. Now, somebody's got to explain. The Green Bay Packers were able to score 14 points in the fourth quarter. What happened to the Cowboys? They got themselves so far behind the 8 ball that they couldn't come back in the fourth quarter. I'm telling you, the Arizona Cardinals did not let up on the Dallas Cowboys. This is who the Arizona Cardinals have been the entire season. They don't score points in the fourth quarter. And if the Cowboys could have just stayed close offensively, I'm not telling you the defense played like the number 1 defense in the league. No, they look better tonight. No, they looked a lot better tonight. Because I'm telling you, if you'd have told me they got 4 stops this game, if you'd have told me they got that many stops, I'd have told you, oh yeah, man, the Cowboys winning this thing. Because the problem is they're not going to be able to stop the Cowboys from scoring. But the Cowboys offense, it looks awful. It's looked awful, especially ever since we started hearing about Eberflus going in that doggone defense room. It looks awful. It just looks awful. I don't know how to explain it. And again, I'm telling you, Brian Schottenheimer's philosophy. I don't like when these coaches get these philosophies and they don't want to go away from these philosophies. Okay, he likes the big back. Okay, it's not working though, bro. You say you're going to be multiple, but if you're not going to be multiple, don't say it. And then we had the unmitigated gall when we want to hit the edges. We want to bring in Kevontae Turpin running for 3 yards. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts what we're doing. I'm telling us it's nuts. And I don't know what else to tell us on it. Bert, let me tell you, the Cardinals had a great game plan. The defensive coordinator looked at what Denver did, Carolina did, looked at what the Bears did, looked at what the Giants did, and he came out with a game plan. Bert said, do you think the Cardinals had a game plan? Take what offense gives us because we know what the Cowboys defense can do and hope we survive the fourth quarter. Bert, that's an easy game plan for pretty much any team. But I think their game plan was better than that. I think their game plan was they looked at Brian Schottenheimer's play calling and said, this is nothing. We can beat this. There is not a game that a team should be able to hold George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. And we're letting teams doing it. We're letting teams stop CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, and Dak Prescott. It's a crying shame.
No one's happy about that.
First team offense, 13.5 points per game last 2 games. What do you attribute that to?
Did you hear what he said? First team offense. You want to know what's losing these games? 13 points per game by the starting offense. That's Brian Schottenheimer. That's Brian Schottenheimer. That's Brian Schottenheimer. And he knows that's Brian Schottenheimer. Chanel, he said, excuse me, Chad, but I'm angry. I need to vent. This team has gotten exposed as how to stop their offense, and their defense is unwatchable. And Chanel, the defense didn't look bad. To say the defense didn't look bad is they didn't look as bad as they normally look. This is probably the best game they played since the doggone Philadelphia game. It's probably the best game, even with them getting burned. We wanted man-to-man, we got it. We wanted the blitzes, we got them. Only thing we didn't get was the turnovers. I think and we did get one turnover because we blocked the punt in a sense. Doesn't count as a turnover. But I just think tonight, Matt Eberflus, yeah, I'm telling you, the Cowboys probably are looking at this saying, this isn't an Eberflus problem. They're looking at this game tonight and they're saying, Flus gave us everything we asked for, and we don't have the players to do it. I'm just telling us. The Cowboys front office is probably looking at this game, and they're saying, hey, man, Matt Eberflus gave us everything we asked for. The players just look terrible. We don't have the personnel. We don't have the personnel. We just don't. We don't have the personnel defensively. And offensively, we still need some tweaking. And I think we're being stubborn about the left and right tackle. I think we're being absolutely stubborn. We're trying to turn Tyler Guyton into a left tackle. We want Terrence Steele to be the right tackle. We want to use Nate Thomas, a 6th or 7th round draft pick, to say that he's better than maybe one of the two of those, and maybe we let him be a tackle. Man, the Cowboys need to stop playing at this tackle position. They need to really be serious and say, evaluate what they have and say, man, let's go get a doggone, whatever you want. Go get your left tackle, man. Go get your show enough left tackle and move Tyler Guyton over to the right tackle. Tell Terrence Steele, see you later. Cowboys going to have to start making some of these decisions and be honest with themselves.
I think it all starts again. We just got to keep Dak upright. Today we didn't play the game we wanted to play today in terms of, we ran the ball well, but the score got to the point where it felt like we had to go.
They didn't run the ball well.
And we wanted to do that to speed up the game and try to get, as many opportunities as possible for us. And, I really wish that game could have played a little bit different because I do think that, Javonte and those guys were running the ball well, and I think his numbers show that.
Yeah, Tim Cowlishaw, Dallas Morning News. Isn't this loss a little bigger than you're making it? I mean, if you're 500 at the break, you're sort of in the...
Only for effect. Let me tell you something. I thought the same thing. Only for effect. I thought the same thing. Bro, I thought George Pickens had been benched. He literally disappeared. I thought he had been benched. Only for effect said it's not about scoring 40, but have to start off running 2-minute drill. Dang near thought GP was benched until late second quarter. And fun fact, I don't know if Dak ever came back when down 3 scores. Only for effect, I thought George Pickens had been benched. Man, I did too. And that run game was not effective. It wasn't. It wasn't effective. No, it wasn't effective. It looked effective, but it wasn't. Rombowski said time of possession was 17 minutes to 12 at the end of the first half. So that 6-minute difference came mostly from the first half. Defense just couldn't keep Arizona from moving the chains. Couldn't stop them moving the chains. But if you think about it, They only scored 3 points in the first quarter. They only scored 3 points. When the Cowboys got the ball, they did nothing with it. When the Cowboys got the ball, they did nothing with it. They did absolutely nothing with the ball when they got it. Nothing. If you're going to tell me that your offense is not going to score a touchdown until the fourth quarter, I don't care what team that is, they're losing the game. They are losing the game. This offense couldn't score a touchdown until the fourth quarter. I'm just trying to let that sink into our heads. The defense was out there scrapping with everything they had, man. They were scrapping with everything they had out there. The offense is the one who got all the weapons. The offense has all the weapons, did nothing with it. Friend me, I agree with you. 8 days to prepare and they played like slop. He didn't have them prepared. I agree. Poobie D, I agree. We sit back and let people dictate everything. We should be dictating when we don't do it. Only for effect? Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. They were aggressive with no confidence. They were aggressive with no confidence. Chanel, I still say they played better. I don't think the defense is the reason why they lost. This offense was awful. 2 fumbles, multiple drop passes, multiple bad penalties. Couldn't block Legos. And the play calling, just not creative in the least. Where's the motion? Where's the movement? Where's all this exciting stuff that this man was saying that we're going to have? Man, we ain't seeing it. We're not seeing it. We're not seeing the stuff that Brian Schottenheimer said that we were going to see, man. We're not seeing it. We're just not seeing it, period. We're not seeing it. And Brian knows full well we're not seeing it.
You're 3-5-1. You're miles behind the third wild card. That's a big gap to make up now.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, all losses and all wins, we take them separately here. But yeah, I mean, you're stating the correct facts, Tim. I mean, we are where we are, and we've put ourselves into a hole. We know that, and that's why we have to maximize this week and the bye and look for the solutions that I challenge the guys on.
How much does it hurt that this team has been very good at home and been scoring like crazy at home? The offense scored 10 points tonight.
Yeah, not very good. It starts with me, and we got to be better.
Relative to, Ed Werder, WFAA, relative to being able to achieve the goals you established before the season began, you're here at the bye coming off a 10-point loss to a 5-win, or a team that lost 5 in a row. Relative to your expectations, how discouraging is what happened tonight?
I'm disappointed. I am. I'm disappointed. I thought we would have played better, coached better. But again, it's the inconsistency, Ed, that keeps getting us.
No, Brian.
Good. But when you're an inconsistent football team, you're going
to... No, Brian, you're no longer inconsistent. No, you're no longer inconsistent. When you're consistently inconsistent, you're consistent. No, Brian, you're not inconsistent. We can't use that word no more. No, when you're consistently inconsistent, you're actually consistent. That is consistency. Just because you're not winning doesn't mean you're not consistent. No, you're consistently inconsistent. And now you're no longer even being consistently inconsistent per se. Now you're on a streak of being consistently bad. Second week in a row that your offense has scored, 10 13 points. It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, Chanel, Dak was sacked 5 times. 2 to Sweat. Calais Campbell almost broke his ankle. Almost broke her ankle. Yeah. Dak said they got their butts kicked on both sides of the ball. Daniel, I'm telling you. Yeah. They made well, let me tell you this. If the defense got their butts kicked, then what did the offense get? Because they're the ones that didn't score a doggone touchdown until the fourth quarter. Shoot, I can go along with the defense got their butts kicked, but if they got their butts kicked, then what did the offense get? Man, this offense has been awful. Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling you, I thought this guy, he looked really good a few of those games early on, but these last 2, man, Brian got to come out the bye week with something different.
To find yourself in these situations, like I said, if we can get off the field a few more times on third down, that gives us some more opportunities. If we're better in the red zone and we score more touchdowns and we don't come out of the red zone at one out of 3, the score's different because we come out at halftime and they take the ball, go right down the field, then the defense starts playing great. We score the points and if we get a chance to maybe kick a field goal, then they have to kind of go back out there and protect a 7-point lead, but it didn't come about that way.
Chanel, I appreciate this. You're always bringing the facts. Now, this is what Chanel is saying, and I like what he's saying here. Look at this. The Dallas offense had possession approximately 3 times per quarter. 3 times per quarter. Arizona Cardinals in the first quarter only scored 3 points. Cowboys couldn't score not 1 time in that quarter. They had 3 possessions in the first and the second. They had 3 possessions in the second quarter. They didn't score 1 time on those drives. And what they wound up doing was blocking a field goal. Third quarter, they had the ball 3 times. I'm telling you, what got this game is their lack of scoring. I'm not sure Arizona scores as much as they do if the Cowboys are scoring. I'm not sure they're scoring as much as they do. Cowboys offense was awful. They were awful. Daniel, I can agree with you. The defense was bad, but it was a better bad today, and that's my point. It was a better bad today. This defense gave up 27 points. And that's why I had to show y'all the Cardinals are the worst team in the league in the fourth quarter. No, they don't score points. If the Cowboys could have just been close, they probably win the game. But of course, even when they were going and trying to drive down there, it was 17 to 27. And the Cowboys had an opportunity to score a touchdown with 4 minutes or less to go. What did Javonte Williams do? That ain't got nothing to do with the defense, man. That ain't got nothing to do with the defense. I'm not telling you the defense wasn't bad. I'm telling you the defense was not as bad as it's been. This defense did everything we asked them to do. We wanted the man-to-man. Eberflus gave it to you. We've been crying for man-to-man. We've been crying for blitzes. We've been crying for the aggressiveness. Matt Eberflus gave us everything we wanted. And what he proved tonight is we don't have the personnel to do the stuff that we want to do. We don't have the personnel in place. And that's the facts. He did everything we asked him to do. This is why that defense looked better than it has looked. I'm not telling you they were a top 15 defense tonight. No, not telling you they were a top 10 defense. I'm telling you with exactly what Chanel is saying. The Cowboys had the ball 3 times per quarter. The Dallas Cowboys defense held the Arizona Cardinals to 3 points in the first quarter. The Cowboys couldn't score a point. They held them to. Now, they wound up running away from somewhat in the second quarter. What did they score? 10 points? Was it 10 points or 14 points? I think it was 14 points. Explain to me again why the Cowboys scored nothing. This offense has been terrible. And it's not supposed to be this bad. It's not supposed to be this bad. There is no, it is no explanation. It is no explanation. You can tell me anything you want to about the defense, and I'll probably agree with you on some of it. But what you can't explain to me is how does the defense have anything to do with an offense that couldn't score a touchdown until the fourth quarter? Explain to me, what does the defense have to do with that? What does the defense have to do with that? I don't understand the correlation. The defense looked, bad. They didn't look as bad as they've been looking. Again, we wanted man to man. You got the result. We wanted more blitzes. You got the result. You wanted a more aggressive defense. We got the result. I'm not complaining about that. We already knew the defense was bad. But it wasn't as bad as it's been. What was awful was the offense. I don't understand what we're telling me with the defense. What does that have to do with the offense? What does it have to do with the offense? It's awful. It has been awful for 2 weeks. It's awful. The defense don't have the weapons that the offense has. The offense is loaded with weapons. Do we not understand this? Loaded with weapons. Second week in a row, they've let a team shut down CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Inexcusable. Inexcusable. I don't care how you slice it. It's inexcusable. You have one of the top 3 wide receiver duos in the league, and you have allowed 2 weeks in a row, one on the road and one at home. You have allowed, now I can understand we're talking to Denver Broncos, we're talking about the 2-5 Carolina Panthers. You let the 2-5 Carolina Panthers hold Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens to 17 points. Absolute inexcusable. If Brian Schottenheimer was not the offensive coordinator and the head coach, we've been talking about firing Matt Eberflus. The last 2 games that Brian Schottenheimer has called, the last 2 games that he's called, if he was just the head coach and not the offensive coordinator, guess who we'd be talking about firing? Guess who we would be talking about firing? We would be talking about firing the offensive coordinator. Because the offense has been awful. Defense don't got players like this offense does. Awful. Yeah, I said this earlier, Chanel. Yeah, Dak was running for his life. On that one play, I thought Dak got injured. Yeah, I thought his ankle, I thought that ankle was about to be done. I thought that ankle was done. I'm telling us, we're talking about Matt Eberflus. If Brian Schottenheimer was not the head coach and the offense coordinator, if he was the offense coordinator only, we'd be talking about firing Brian Schottenheimer. I promise you we would. I promise you we'd be talking about firing Brian Schottenheimer right now. Brian Schottenheimer's play calling has been awful. Awful. Absolutely awful. And that defense has nothing to do. That defense has nothing to do with this offense looking as bad as it looks. It's terrible.
Coach Sydney Staples, D210 Sports. What does this team need right now? Is it a break with the bye week? Is it a person in a trade, or is it just a little more heart?
No, yeah, I don't think that's fair. I think this team has heart. I've never felt that way. I think it's the consistency. You know, we're pretty good when we protect the football. We're pretty good when we, are playing the way we want to play. Today's game got away from us. It did. And I made that decision late in the third quarter that we had to go. And, we had to speed the game up, and we started throwing the ball all over the yard, and we weren't able to pass protect and hold up. And so, I'll sleep okay with that decision. I think it was the right decision. I thought it gave us the best chance to get back into it. But in terms of this team's, fight and work ethic, I never questioned that.
So Brian Schottenheimer's goal from this point forward. What do you do going forward? Big Rombowski, this is one of the dumbest things ever. And you hit it right on the head. You don't want to dress blue to run sweep plays, but you'll let Turpin? Brian's philosophy. And people were applauding it. Yeah, he likes them big backs. Let him have what he wants. I said it before, I'll say it again, Big Rombowski. It goes against his own, or at least what he said, we're going to be multiple. If you're going to be multiple, you don't commit yourself to one style of running. You commit yourself to two styles of running. You commit yourself to a power run game, and you also say, but we also got a change-up game when we want to get to them edges, when y'all want to crash the line, when y'all want to come and try to penetrate in the backfield. We got something for you. We're going to run some sweeps. We're going to run some screens. We're going to get y'all on your toes. Not doing it. We're not doing it. Not doing it. Yeah, I'm telling you, Lake. I'm telling you, man, the defense looked way better. And to say they look way better don't mean they didn't look bad. But they look way better than they looked. They looked way better than they looked. And tonight, if there was a game that said, the game plan looks pretty good, we just don't have the players that can execute the game plan, it was tonight. I thought Eberflus had a great game plan. We just couldn't execute it. And I think we executed as best as we could. And we got some players in there. The offensive line is looking a lot better. The defensive line. The defensive line is starting to really come alive a little bit. So I like what the defensive line is looking like. But, man, we just don't have the players. I just don't think we have the players on defense. But that still has nothing to do to me with the offense. The offense is awful. The last two games, they are too loaded to be playing the way they're playing. Chanel said there's a scheme issue still. You can't line up 10 yards off the ball. Now, he said you can't blitz a safety from 15 feet away. The quarterback sees that safety blitz from 15 yards and just throws to the spot. Now, Chanel, the one thing I do say they don't do enough, Nate Newton talked about this. Okay, so if you're going to run man-to-man, or if you're going to run zone, how about running some press? How about getting a jam at the line? How about knocking some guys off their mark within that 5-yard range? We let guys fire off the line way too much. And I think with a wide receiver like Harrison, you got to get your hands on him a little bit. But even then, you're going to take a chance because he might overpower you and run right past you. But I still would say get some jams at the line.
Brian, I know when you lose a game like this, it's hard to see a lot of positives, but Jadeveon Clowney did an awesome job.
Yes.
Yeah, he's an incredible player, man. We've talked about him for a couple days, or a couple weeks now, and a couple mesh point charges that were great. The violence and the physicality. jumps off the film.
Donovan Ezaraco too.
And, I think he's one of the guys that's been playing very consistent, and there's been too many coaches and players that haven't been consistent enough, but I would say that he's one of those guys that you could say has been very consistent throughout.
Anybody else?
I got one more.
Yeah, I got it.
You talked about you had 5 sacks, but your opponent scored on 5 of your first 6 possessions. How acceptable is that?
Say again.
You talked about you had 5 sacks today, but your opponent scored on 5 of your first 6 possessions. How disappointing is that for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the flow of the game, Calvin. I mean, our job on defense is to stop them and to keep them from scoring, and our job on offense is to score. And like I said, I felt like the first drive was really good. We were mixing it up. We were running it well. I thought Javonte was running hard. And but again, there's momentum swings, and other than the blocked punt, there really wasn't anything that gave us the momentum to kind of go and seize this thing. We were close a few times, and that's a team that, again, they've played a lot of close games, and I felt like when we hit the touchdown to Flournoy, that was something that maybe would kind of get us going, and we just weren't able to tighten the score at all.
One real quick, I'm sorry. On the fumble, did the ref say, did you think forward progress would stop? Did you hear a whistle?
I did ask that. They said that they did not. You can't challenge the forward progress. And then it was clearly when they looked at it upstairs, and our people told me as well that the ball was out.
One more.
Brian, on George Pickens' penalty, did you think that was a little ticky-tack, or is that the right call?
I didn't see it. I heard the guy told me what he did. I'll have to look at it. But, again, the part of us getting penalized is something that has plagued us a little bit, and it moved us back. But, again, I want to look at it before I comment.
Ticky-tack.
Terrence Steele was replaced late in the game. Was it because of the injury before the game or because of his play?
Yeah, no, he was having some symptoms of a migraine before the game, and we weren't sure if he was going to be able to play, and he kind of went out there and played, and he was playing okay, but wasn't great, so we wanted to see what Nate would do, and that's why we put Nate in the game.
He got whooped too.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Nate got whooped too.
Staying connected matters.
Hey,
Yeah, Nate got whooped too, y'all.
mama, you remember when you taught me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now.
We're not gonna pretend that Nate didn't get whooped. He got whooped too. Yeah, he absolutely got whooped too. It was tough, man. It's a tough game out there. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Still rolling with the Cowboys. And I think what the Cowboys are gonna have to do going forward is put your head down. Cowboys got to put their head down now. And you just got to focus on winning games. It's not even about the playoffs anymore. It's about the Cowboys. They got to start getting a better. Because the Cowboys already have an identity, guys. Cowboys already have an identity. Cowboys' identity is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That's their identity. And now they're being more Mr. Hyde than anything. Cowboys are going to have to now focus on getting the right people on the field. Brian Schottenheimer needs an entire year of being the Dallas Cowboys coach. They need to decide what they're going to do. What are they going to do about, okay, is Matt Eberflus going to be the defense coordinator going into 2027? Well, if Matt Eberflus is going to be that guy, you got to start preparing yourself to get ready for some of these players to leave the team and start kind of evaluating who do you have, who are you going to keep, who are you going to trade, who can you let go. The Cowboys are going to have to look at all those things. All those things. It's just now time for the Cowboys. The playoff talk, it's got to stop for a while. Cowboys are way, way, way back here, if you ask me. Cowboys are way, way back here. The Cowboys need a lot of help now. So the playoffs is something the Cowboys don't even need to concern themselves with anymore. And the only thing the Cowboys need to concern themselves with now, Jerry Jones is going to come out here and he's going to, get some people probably fired up. He's going to get some people fired up. There are people saying multiple things. People are saying that they saw Max Crosby at an airport. I'm not sure if that's true. Everybody's trying to speculate on who the Cowboys have traded for. And I wonder, after tonight, will the Cowboys decide, rather than them trading for multiple players, now will it be one player? And it can't be a rental, because a rental is not going to be worth it now. Because, again, the Cowboys have 8 games left. And I mean, the Cowboys, if they even have any playoff hopes, you got to win all of them. Cowboys basically got to win all of them, man. I agree with you, Kanye. I don't think CeeDee Lamb is 100%. I think this bye week is going to be good for him. I think the bye week, Daniel, I think the bye week is going to be good for all these players. It's going to be good for them. So I just think from this point forward, the Cowboys just need to focus on getting better, continue to gel as a team. This coaching staff, I said it before, they need a whole year together. They need to learn each other. And I think one of the things they have to learn how to do, because one of the things that I'm seeing with this team, I don't think they study their opponents. I don't think they study their opponents. And if they do, I don't think they're doing it good enough. They need to really start studying their opponents. And coming in and doing what teams are doing to them. They need to be exploiting teams' weaknesses. Yeah, Gregory, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's exactly what I'm talking about. The Cowboys, they just need to focus on becoming a team. CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Dak Prescott needs this entire year together. Brian Schottenheimer needs a whole year being the Cowboys coach. I know it's got to be tough for Brian Schottenheimer, because Brian Schottenheimer is not being treated like, at least to me, Brian Schottenheimer, the expectations were out the roof. But I told y'all this. I told Cowboys Nation, it is tough. Man, you're a first-year head coach. It's not the same thing as being an assistant coach. You are a first-year coach, and not only are you a first-year coach, you are a first-year head coach, and your boss is Jerry Jones. And by the way, you're the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. That's a tall glass, man. That's a tall glass. I don't think people understand it. I forgot who the writer was today, but he gave an amazing stat about teams that beat the Dallas Cowboys. Teams that beat the Dallas Cowboys, their next game, no team falls off worse than after they play the Dallas Cowboys. Teams, after they beat the Dallas Cowboys, they score an average of 14.6 points per game. You want to know why that is? A part of that is they get up to play the Cowboys. Arizona Cardinals didn't care nothing about being 2-5. Arizona Cardinals said, we're playing the Dallas Cowboys. There is an extra incentive when you play the Dallas Cowboys, because everybody's always talking about them. So, man, when you play the Cowboys, people get up to play the Cowboys, man. People look at the Cowboys as a bounce-back game. They look at the Cowboys to turn their season around. They look at the Cowboys in ways that people don't understand. Brian Schottenheimer's got to get all of that in his system. And Brian Schottenheimer's going to have to learn how to prepare this team better, because this was one of the things I was talking about early on. I wanted to see how he prepared his teams from week to week. We talked about this problem with Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy, from week to week, had a problem with trying to get his teams up. He couldn't get them up to play a team every single week. It was like they'd be up for certain games, down for other games. Up for games, and then the games that would make a difference and the games that would maybe change the season or would put them in first place or statement games, they'd lose those games. Brian Schottenheimer is his first year. He's going through that entire roller coaster. I still like a lot of things about Brian Schottenheimer. I like a lot of things he says. I think as he says, he's a great communicator. I think he's a very good team builder. But Brian's got to understand, man, you're not the 92 Cowboys yet. You don't get to just line up in front of teams and say, the 92, 93 Cowboys was this team. They could line up in front of you and tell you the plays they were going to run, and there was nothing you could do about it. We're not that team yet. We're not that team yet. I think we can be that team. I think we can build towards being that team next year. I think Tyler Booker needs another year under his belt. Cooper Beebe is only going to get better. Ty Smith is only going to get better. The Cowboys have got to decide now. They got to stop playing around with this thing with Tyler Guyton, Nate Thomas, and Terrence Steele. I think they want them to be something that they're not. I really do. I think they want them to be something that they're not. They have got to. They're going to continue, I believe, to be in. I think they're going to continue to be in evaluation mode. But they just got to keep building, and they got to focus on now. Because let me tell y'all something. We're going to talk about this more later on today on Overreaction Monday. Man, let me tell y'all something. The Dallas Cowboys are in a dangerous situation right now. They're in a dangerous situation. The Dallas Cowboys, let me tell you what's scary. Where is their next win coming from? Where is the Dallas Cowboys' next win coming from? I made this a couple of weeks ago, I believe. Well, unfortunately, the Cowboys, in a game that they were supposed to win, somebody forgot to tell the Cardinals they were supposed to win it. And now the Cowboys have lost this game. Where is their next win coming from? They're in a day. I'm telling y'all, we might not realize it, man. The Cowboys are in the danger zone. Where do they get their next win? Because at the rate they're playing, man, if they don't beat the Raiders, their next win could very well be the Philadelphia Eagles. But then after they beat the Eagles, where's the next win? I'm calling this game, as the Cowboys have a big chance to win this game. I'm giving the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt that this is a division game. And that's the only reason why I'm giving them a really big chance of winning that one. The Raiders, Chiefs on Thanksgiving. It's going to be a great game. Lions. Where are the next wins? Where are they? This team is in a very dangerous position right now. And the one thing that Brian Schottenheimer does not want to do, and this team does not want to do, they do not want to lose out. They don't want to lose out, I'm telling you. If this team loses out, it will be detrimental to the fan base, but it'll be detrimental to this team. It'll be detrimental. They have got to get that next win. Man, let me tell you something, Lake. If the Cowboys go 8-8, man, I'll be honest with you. That'll probably be a victory in some sense. That'll be a victory. But again, I'm just telling you, the Cowboys in a very bad place. They got to figure out when they're going to get their next win. When are they going to get the next win? You watch what I tell you about them doggone Raiders. They going to come out against the Cowboys? Them Raiders going to come out against the Cowboys, and I am telling you, the Raiders are coming to play. They are coming to play the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody gets up for the Dallas Cowboys. I am telling us, man. Let me see here. All right, let's catch a couple things before we get up out of here tonight. It's late night, but we got time tonight. Let's check out a couple of things, and then we'll get up out of here. I want to listen to Jerry Jones first. Then we'll listen to Dak Prescott. Then we'll be out of here. I notice people in the comments are saying that Jerry Jones is amped up about tomorrow. All right, let's see what he's talking about.
Questions? Got it?
Jerry, you started off the day by saying that you have a trade ready to go.
Yeah.
Do you have a trade still ready to go?
We still can, yes.
It wasn't dependent on this outcome?
Again, understand what I said. Absolutely, we did. We'll see how tomorrow goes.
Man, I don't know, man. I'm just being honest with you. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, man, I'm just telling y'all the truth. I might be second guessing any trades right now. I might be second guessing any trades right now for the Cowboys. If them joints ain't etched in stone, I might absolutely let them things ride into next year. I'm serious. I might let them things ride into next year. Now, the only reason why I would say the Cowboys, the only reason why I would say they need to use those trades is the Cowboys have been bad at picking defense. If the Cowboys can get a defensive player that can help the team for the next 3 years, already under contract, I say get them. But if I'm the Cowboys, don't even waste your time on 1-year rentals. Don't even waste your time. That's kind of where I am with the Cowboys. But I mean, you heard what Jerry just said. I got to listen to the rest of it. But if you listen to Jerry, Jerry almost said like he's almost said like, hey man, if we want to move out this thing, we can.
So today was all about tomorrow. You shouldn't do anything. You should wait and see what we do tomorrow.
Jerry, how disappointed are you tonight?
Tremendous. Disappointed obviously for our fans. Thought we would play better than this. We just came out. They had a good game plan. Cardinals did. Very disappointing. About all I can say about it.
Troy Aikman said that maybe you should consider not making a trade now, based on what he saw tonight. Does this change your opinion at all?
Again, I hear opinions, and you can rest assured that, at least through my mind, that all those considerations are there. It was there before this game. It was there when we started the season about whether you make a trade or not. But what's got this on point is tomorrow's our trade deadline. And we've either got to or get off the pot by tomorrow afternoon.
Jerry, do you expect a number of changes at the bye week for you guys?
What?
Do you expect a number of changes at the bye week for you guys?
Again, I realize we have a bye. As far as numbers of changes, when you say personnel, you're limited on what you can change. To some degree, we've got an opportunity because we've got a trading deadline to look at possible trades. We'll look at that in light of everything that we've looked at since training camp, since right now. We'll sit down here and see what tomorrow brings, and tomorrow does include tonight, for sure.
What was your biggest takeaway from this game?
Excuse me?
Biggest takeaway from this game?
Our turnovers and our mistakes. And those are tough to overcome. And then I thought once we got in a situation where they could pin their ears back, then it was tough to block.
Jerry, you mentioned personnel.
Could change your approach.
Again, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that tomorrow's our trade deadline. There's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't talk about tomorrow, because we've got competition out here.
Jerry, why say that you had a trade done?
Who?
Why would you say that you had a trade done earlier today?
Because everybody knows it's subject to tomorrow. You can't have a trade done if you haven't gotten it done. Okay? So we'll see what goes tomorrow.
It also makes me wonder, too, is the Cowboys trading for somebody? I saw this idea floated out there, is that maybe the reason why the Cowboys didn't want to say who they were trading for today is that somebody was mentioning that maybe they were getting somebody from Arizona. Who knows? Yeah, Chanel. Yeah, both of these points are true. The Cardinals have lost 5 games by 4 points or less. 5 games by 4 points or less, but it's also standing true. They're the worst team in the league, if not one of the worst, almost the worst team in the league in the fourth quarter. So what we saw tonight is not anything, it's not anything unusual. If the Cowboys would have just stayed close, they could have won the game. But Brian Schottenheimer, ever since he's been in this doggone defensive room, these last 2 game plans, they just look so generic. The game plans look so generic. Brian got to get back in that lab, man. Brian's got to get back in the lab. That's what Brian Schottenheimer's got to do. He got to get back in the lab and get this offense back to just humming like it was before. Yeah, and again, Chanel, like I said, I'm not really mad at how the defense performed per se, because Matt Eberflus gave us everything we wanted. This is the other thing I think he needs to add to the defense, and maybe he will. They need to do a little bit more press coverage. They need to get their hands, because if they can get their hands, Nate Newton kind of really made a lot of sense when he said, if a defensive back gets his hand on a wide receiver, that gives the defensive lineman a half a step more to get closer to the quarterback. See, we might be able to get some of these sacks if we were getting our hands on these wide receivers. We let them get clean runs off the line. But because this is one of the things that Vic Fangio incorporates in his defense. Vic Fangio tries to make sure his defensive backs get their hands on the wide receivers. Because again, that's a half a step. That's 1/2 of a step that your defense gets, your line gets. And then when your line can get that half a step, that gives that quarterback less time, and that helps out that defensive back to where he can catch back up or whatever he needs to do with that receiver, and then everything's good to go. We're hurting ourselves by not doing that. It's hard to cover anybody if you're just going to let them run off the line. I mean, unless you just got blazing speed like a Deion Sanders, man, it's hard to do that. Queen says, I know Mahomes and the 49ers schemes up plays for offense, so Dak and his offense needs to do the same work on schemes and plays because Shotty don't seem to be doing it. Yeah. Brian's going to have to get better or something. Brian's going to have to get better. And I don't think that Brian can get better. I think Brian's been spending too much time. At least this is the benefit of the doubt I'm giving him. Brian's been spending too much time in the defensive room. I think Matt Eberflus has got this now. Let Matt Eberflus do what he do. And only thing he needs to incorporate now is, can we get a little bit more press? I think if Matt Eberflus does that with everything he did tonight, I think the defense would be that much better. I really do. Because I think Nate Newton made a great point. Get your hands on them. Give the edge one extra half step. And by them getting a half step closer to the quarterback, before that wide receiver can get back on his route, that's going to help you in coverage too, because now you have less time to throw it. It's a chain reaction. Makes sense.
I told you, and I didn't say. I said we were going to have a trade that'll be consummated tomorrow. That's what I said.
You guys are 3-5-1. You guys are 3-5-1 now. What gives you hope that this thing can turn around?
Well, I don't think I think the very game itself, as long as you're mathematically involved, you should be there to go do it. I'll tell you this: I want to come out here and have a game that we can manage under our terms and get a win. And I think that's good for the end of this year or for any other year you might have. We need to go out and have a plan, execute it. I'm real surprised that we didn't do better tonight, especially offensively. But you can't have those kinds of mistakes, fumbles, and plan on having the kind of outcome you want.
Jerry, could you see a change being made on the coaching staff? You've been talking about personnel tonight. Could you see there being an adjustment?
I'm not commenting on what type of adjustments that may be made. We made adjustments last week. But I'm just saying you saw making those adjustments. And this week we made adjustments for this week. And I'm sure there'll be some adjustments this coming week. But the nature of them, whether it's on personnel, whether it's offense, defense, I'm not pinpointing tonight at all. I did not plan on sitting here addressing some of the issues that we had tonight.
See, let me tell you what Jerry thought. Jerry anticipated the Cowboys winning tonight. And then he was going to announce who the Cowboys were getting tomorrow, now which is today. And Jerry was going to own the rest of the week going into the bye week. Now he's not going to be able to own the rest of the week going into the bye week. But he will still be big talk depending upon who the Cowboys get. But I'm still wondering now, do they make 3 moves with the loss, or do they still make 3? But at this point, this team has got to continue to work on its chemistry. It's got to continue to work on the chemistry of the coaching staff and how they look at film, how they break it down, how they make adjustments, how they look at other teams' film, how they all work together on that. They got to continue to work with these players and get a combination of players together that can actually do the things that they need to be done. And they're just going to have to keep working on chemistry. It's the bottom line. They just got to keep working on chemistry. Because I still think we're watching a team that continues to, when CeeDee Lamb was out, Dak Prescott, he going all over the place. But we're still seeing that tendency, man, when CD came back. We're still seeing that tendency for Dak sometimes to press and try to get it to CeeDee Lamb. Brian's going to have to help Dak Prescott with that. And I wonder if some of that is even Brian Schottenheimer. But what they got to focus on, again, they got to focus on the chemistry. and they got to focus on getting their next win. This team is in a very dangerous situation. They don't want to go on a downward spiral. They don't want to go on no downward spiral. They don't want to lose a bunch of games, because I'm telling you, that won't be good for this team. Tanking and stuff like that, it won't be good for this team. If Brian Schottenheimer tanks this team, if the Cowboys try to tank this season, I'm telling you now, it is not going to be good for this team. It is not going to be good for this team. It won't be good for this team going forward. Brian will lose some of these players if they try to tank this season. They will. They will lose some of these players if they try to do that. Miss Matrix, she said, good thing there's people out here like you, G. Ain't no way I'm giving any of my employees or contractors a whole year to do their job correctly in my company. Nowhere else can you do this. This is what the Cowboys are doing. I told us before, Miss Matrix. I told us. This as much as we wanted it to be, I just didn't think this was the year the Cowboys were going. I think they're trying to win. Don't get me wrong. I just didn't think it was the year. I think next year is the year. But this year, it's not the. Because again, Brian Schottenheimer is a brand new coach. I just think the expectations for Brian Schottenheimer, man, we kind of set him out the roof. But at the end of the day, man, it's just like Neo in the Matrix. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the Matrix. Just like Neo in the Matrix, man. Neo jumped off the building. Everybody thought Neo was going to start flying or whatever they expected him to do. Everybody falls the first time. Very few coaches do what George Seifert did. Oh, yeah, Big Rumbowski. You're right. It's going to be Overreaction Tuesday now. Overreaction Tuesday. And it might not be too big of an Overreaction Tuesday if the Cowboys go out there and get somebody huge. We'll see what happens. But the Cowboys have just got to focus now. They got a bye week. I think it's come at a perfect time for them. The Cowboys need to get themselves back together, and they just need to focus on a win. They just got to get a win. I'm telling us, tanking won't be good for this team. No, tanking won't be good for this team. It's too... Tanking works for other teams because they're not in the national spotlight. Tanking won't work for the Cowboys. No, tanking won't work for the Cowboys. They are a national spotlight team. It just won't be good for them. Uncle Charles, what's going on? He said, let's talk Cowboys. They won't win another game. It's over. They're going to lose every game. Let me tell you something, Uncle Charles. They can't afford to do it. Cowboys can't afford to lose every game. I just don't think this team can do it. I think it'll be too much. I think it'll be too much. This team, if Shotty loses the rest of these games for the rest of this season, man, you might as well just start all the way over because I don't think this team will recover. No, this team needs to win. They got to keep focusing on winning. The Big Rumbowski, he said Minnesota, New York, and Washington. I think those are the only W's, and that's if Dak is healthy enough to finish the season. They got to win. They got to win. So at the end of the day, man, the Cowboys got to focus on getting their next win. They got to get their next win because they are in danger. Because I'm telling you, losing is contagious. And the one thing Brian Schottenheimer does not want to do, he doesn't want his team to lose their confidence. Man, let me tell you something. Tanking a team will destroy it. It will destroy a team. They can't do this. They got to focus on getting this next win. They lost 2 in a row. Now they got to figure out a way to win. Go Dodgers said, trust me, G, the way Jerry Jones was talking, if he was in the position to clear out his coaching staff, he would have done it by tomorrow. Boy's not happy. He not. All right, let's listen to the rest of it.
But obviously, what it is what it is, so we'll address it.
Jerry, you talked about this being a playoff caliber team potentially. How much hope do you still have in that conference?
Well, I think we should look at how we're playing, how we played the last two games. I think we should measure what we think we can do to play better with any adjustments that we might be making. Obviously, I thought that we'd make a better showing offensively tonight.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I give them
I
some
agree.
credit. They were able to thwart what we had in mind as far as our offense is concerned.
Don't make sense.
But I didn't plan on this. I hate it for everybody involved. We'll make decisions accordingly as we look at it tomorrow. I'm going to repeat it again. There is no trade. You can make as many trades as you want to between now and deadline tomorrow. Because we played tonight rather than Sunday, then I was able to the day before to say we'll see what happens the day of the day. We had the ability to look at this game. You asked me if it affects the trades. I don't really think so.
What are your thoughts on your third down defense tonight?
Well, again, I thought I was really surprised. Early, I thought we had a good stops. I thought we made a lot of mistakes tonight.
Appreciate you, Lil D.
All over, on both sides of the ball.
Jerry, there have been 68 games in this season. How much of an uphill battle is history?
When you've won only 3 games at this juncture, then you recognize you've got a lot of ground to make up. And I'm very aware of that. And yes, I would agree with you. It is an uphill battle. Can we have the kinds of things we were pointing on? I was certainly hoping we'd have a couple more wins on the win column before we started taking advantage of any opportunities to change the roster. And so that's still there under consideration.
Would this result motivate you to make more deals?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know. Let's see what it brings. I would hate to say I wouldn't make a deal and get the deal of a lifetime tomorrow that would cover a lot of bases for us. And so I don't really ever have any problem leaving it open until it's over. And now I'm being very realistic. We've won 3 ball games, and here we are with this juncture. So I do know how to add it. I mean, I'm not trying to be trite, but I can add it up and look at the numbers of games we've got left and what potential combinations of records could get you in the playoff. We have all that down real good.
Would you like to see Brian kick the field goal there and instead of going forward there when it was 27-10, you could have made it 27-13?
Yeah, well, he missed it. Oh, Brian on the first, on the field goal?
In the third quarter.
Okay, in the third, I thought you were talking about the first field goal that we didn't kick.
No.
All right,
No,
I'm not
the
going to get
second
into that right now. That is second guess, and that's not what I should be doing.
Jerry, what do you see from this team that gives you hope that if you do make a couple of deals, you guys could be in a position to be as competitive as you want them to be or think they can be come January or maybe even possibly even later than that?
No, that's fair. That's very fair. And you got a lot of ground to make up. I'll grant anybody that. Can we get there with better play, less mistakes? Can we get there with that? Or we're going to have some personnel. We're going to have the opportunity to have some different personnel than has played the first part of this season, either buying through a trade or players that we've had coming. You guys been hearing about that and reading about that here for weeks and weeks and weeks. The old Parcells quote, you are what you are, right today. And we got to take a look at it, and you won't be disappointed that I didn't get carried away or get all illogical and do something that was all betting on us winning the Super Bowl. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
I'm just telling you, I think the Cowboys got what they think is a big fish. I just can't see this kind of buildup. I mean, I could be totally wrong, guys. I just don't see this kind of buildup. I'm telling you, Daniel, I disagree with you. I just don't think Jerry he can't be talking about somebody regular, if it makes sense, with this trade tomorrow. Man, Jerry got me thinking this got to be Max Crosby. Because anything short of Max Crosby, I'm just going to be like, is this what you were talking about? I think it's got to be somebody big. I can't see Jerry doing this about somebody small. This got to be a big fish for Jerry. Got to be a big fish for Jerry. And it's got to be something big to where we're going to be like, wow, they pulled this off. I could only see Max Crosby, because to me, anything short of Max Crosby, it'll be a disappointment.
Are you discouraged by what you saw tonight?
Oh, I really had big hopes that we could come in here and win this game at home. Yeah, had big hopes. I'm very disappointed. And I'm very disappointed for everybody concerned. Disappointed for that locker room. Made a lot of mistakes out there tonight. And I see why we didn't win the game. Effort, that area out there. I like our effort. I really like our effort. But you can't just make continual self-inflicted mistakes and run into a situation where we had trouble keeping them off Dak tonight. We did when we certainly at the end when we got behind and weren't running the ball to give a little balance out there so he could have a little balance to deal with. So anyway, Bob.
I'm telling y'all, if Brian Schottenheimer was not the play caller and Brian Schottenheimer was the offensive coordinator, we might be talking about firing Brian Schottenheimer right now. I'm just telling you. We might be talking about firing Brian Schottenheimer right now. We might be talking about firing Brian Schottenheimer right now if he was the OC only. Jerry's pretty, man, I'm telling you, people talking about Jerry don't want to win. Nah, this dude want to win. This dude want to win bad. He want to win his way, but he wants to win bad. And I'm telling y'all, Jerry is using the same logic that I'm using. The defense, for all intents and purposes, it's not loaded with players. The defense ain't loaded with players, not stars. Cowboys got stars on offense. Highly paid stars. Dak, CD, Pickens, Ferguson. Man, they got stars on that side of the team. Ty Smith, BB, Booker. Man, these dudes, they got firepower. There's no way Arizona should have held the Cowboys offense to 10 points. There's no way. There's no way. And again, that's why Jerry is saying the same thing I'm saying. Man, okay, we know the defense still got some opportunities. The defense needs work. I'm not going to be tripping so hard on the defense because I think Matt Eberflus did a whole lot of the things Cowboys fan base have been asking for. And I think he's trying, I think he basically showed everybody tonight, this is why I haven't been doing some of those things, because are you seeing how we looked running man-to-man? I think he's saying some of those things. But at the same time, I can live with it because he was getting burnt when he wasn't running man-to-man. So I can live with it. I can live with it because I saw a more aggressive defense. I saw the blitzes. I saw them getting to the quarterback. I can live with that stuff. But what I'm having a hard time living with is a defense, is an offense that is absolutely loaded, not scoring points. That is inexcusable to me. We've been knowing what the defense was. Offense, inexcusable. And the reason why it's inexcusable is the way that it seems like, and it don't even seem like, it's the way Brian Schottenheimer's been calling the plays. It's been terrible. Yeah, Queen, yeah, Jerry went out on a limb to get Max. I'm telling us, I think that's the one Jerry has been wanting all along, is Max Crosby. That's what I'm talking about, Daniel M. I think, I'm not going to say he got Max, but I think that's who he's talking about. I think it's Max Crosby. I don't know if it's going to go through, but it seems to me, I can't see the way Jerry is setting this up. Man, come on. Man, this can't be anybody. Anybody below Max Crosby, it's going to be a letdown. Anybody below Max Crosby will be a letdown. I mean, Trey Hendrickson might make some people go, wow, especially if the Cowboys get him for a second-round draft pick. Man, there is no other player out there that he could be talking about that would make me go, wow. It's got to be, I could only see it being Crosby. Queen, say it again. Let me read this real quick from Chenard. Chenard said Dak should have been throwing the ball like Flacco was doing to Jason Higgins. Spam your wide receivers heavily and aggressively. And Chenard, that's the play calling. Shotty ain't calling the play calling. I mean, he ain't calling the plays. Brian Schottenheimer, just like Jerry alluded to, Jerry is saying that we should be dictating what we're doing, but they're letting other teams dictate what they do. Queen said Jerry is very disappointed in Shotty in the office tonight. Queen? Queen, I'm with you. Yeah, very disappointed. Daniel said, I'm surprised this hasn't leaked, I'll be honest. Daniel, I'd said it before. 105.3 The Fan alluded to it. Jerry ain't been telling the local media nothing. Boy, they got this tight as a drum. We're going to see. Rombowski said Max Crosby doesn't have a no-trade clause. Yeah, so Las Vegas owned his rights as a player. If they want to trade him to Dallas, then he's got no say. He's also a Colleyville product. Yeah. All right, Poopa D, we'll see you later on today. Now, Travis, what I'm hearing, my sons, I was talking to them about this, and they follow all this stuff on TikTok, and they're saying that sighting in the Fort Worth airport was not Max Crosby, but man, who knows? Only for the elect says it could be Trey or Max, how Jerry rolling it out, or maybe Chubb. I can't see Chubb getting that kind of, the way Jerry is talking, I can see Chubb being one of them, but I can't see Chubb being like what Jerry talking about. I mean, Jerry is talking like, man, Jerry talking like this supposed to be the end all to be all. Fat boy preach. Shotty has not been the same play calling wise since CD came back. The proof was in the Denver game. Facts. That's when it went downhill. Daniel, I'll tell you this. The way Jerry building this up, boy, it's going to be a letdown if it's anybody less than Crosby.
Bottom line is that, guys, we have options, and one of the biggest options is whether to do it or not. You ask, does this win or loss tonight? I don't know. I don't know. We could conceivably see something that we ought to do in spite of tonight. And the answer to your question, no, there is no trade right now. We wouldn't have to make anything.
Now, let me tell you what this also tells me. The Cowboys wanted to see if they were going to win or lose tonight to probably pull the trigger on multiple players. But tonight might make them not pull the trigger on multiple players and maybe get that one player. Boy, the way Jerry is talking this up, Boy, you think Michael Parsons was coming back to town.
Happen tomorrow. I want to be real clear about that. Okay? But there is one that I can do. Without question, there is one I can do. There is not one, but there is one that I can do.
And you're leaning toward...
I'm leaning toward doing it.
Okay.
What's the magnitude?
Yeah, again, now, I don't know. I wouldn't want to get into. I wouldn't want to get into it. Just the nature.
Boy, Jerry's like, man, Jerry one of the people like, you ever see somebody they know a secret, and boy, they want to tell you that secret so bad, boy, and then it's almost like they get to the point like, okay, I'll give you a hint. Boy, Jerry wants to tell us so bad who it is, but we gonna have to wait until, man, I'm telling you, we're gonna have to wait till early in the morning. So as soon as I hear it, I think I'm gonna go live as soon as he announces it. We'll see what time he announces it tomorrow.
Of everybody involved in the trade, but anything is significant if it's somebody that's going to be active in the games, on the field, that type of thing. So I don't want to diminish the trade, but we certainly, for what a player was going to bring to the table, for whatever happened tonight, we need that player to bring that to the table, no matter what happened tonight. But does it make sense? And more than likely it does for the one that we can do. And I know I'm talking in circles, but I'm talking in circles because I'm in a highly competitive situation. It doesn't end competition-wise until tomorrow at 3. So I could lose the trade.
There's no scenario you should consider being more of a sell mode, is there?
Yeah, because the reason why I'm leaning against it being Trey Hendrickson is the Philadelphia Eagles shied away from Hendrickson. Now, it also seems like Jerry is saying there's some competition for this trade. So we'll see what happens.
Then adding.
No, not at all. I like our nuts and bolts a lot.
Jerry, you talk about...
Don't like what's happening to the nuts and bolts, but I like it a lot.
Jerry, you talk about the competition for a trade. Other teams still can make calls. If you bring up the trade, do you think maybe other teams, including the team, know that maybe they can get more out of you?
No, I just don't want another team. If I'm interested in completing it, I don't want another team to step in and get him. I've had that happen several times.
This is one of the smartest things Jerry is doing. And I'm telling you, Jerry by design is not talking to the Dallas media. Because y'all already know, man, you can't tell the Dallas media nothing. You tell the Dallas media something and everybody know it. They don't want to tell the Dallas media nothing. That's what we're watching. They don't want to tell them nothing. And y'all already know, the moment a team finds out the Cowboys are interested in a player, that said player value goes up. Because the Cowboys are interested in him. So, what I'm really impressed by, though, I'm not just impressed that Jerry and the Cowboys are keeping this under wraps. What I'm really impressed with is the other team that is involved is keeping this under wraps. What is their incentive to keep it under wraps? Because if they leaked it and leaked what the Cowboys were offering, well, they could possibly get more. But they're not. So I'm impressed that both sides of whatever this trade is, that they are both keeping this a secret. Yep, Surtain is a great example, Greg. I'm telling you, this is interesting.
And it happens. That's what's going on out here. And in the NFL, nothing's done until both parties have given submission to the league office at the same time, and that hadn't been done. That's why I can say there's no trade.
Hey, how surprised are you that a backup quarterback is able to come out and do this to you? You already had.
Let's stop calling Jacoby Brissett a backup quarterback. My wife is calling Jacoby Brissett a backup quarterback. And I had to remind my wife, I was like, nah, this dude was a starter in this league. Jacoby Brissett can play. We we got to stop pretending that buckwheat rolled up in here or alfalfa rolled up in here and just said Tay and beat us in. No, that's not what happened. No, buckwheat and alfalfa didn't roll up in here and beat us. Jacoby Brissett, man, a lot of people don't realize there are some backup quarterbacks in this league that used to be starters and could probably still be starters if given another chance. Problem is this league throws away quarterbacks like it's going out of business. I mean, man, Marcus Mariota may have a resurgence with the doggone Washington Commanders. I mean, we're seeing what's happening with Sam Darnold. Man, Jacoby Brissett came out there and put foots on the Cowboys, bottom line.
Russell had a huge game against y'all, then he got benched right after that.
Fair.
I mean, how surprising is that?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I like the way we got after this quarterback in certain aspects of this game tonight. I don't mind telling you, I was glad not to see Murray out there. So that's my answer to your question. How surprised are you? I thought we would play better tonight.
Man, we got to give Jacoby Brissett some credit, though. Man, Jacoby Brissett stood in there on some pockets that were absolutely collapsing and just made some great throws.
Against him and against their defense, I really thought I'd play better and we'd play better. And I'm anxious to see. I thought they did some serious work on the interior, on the front, on both fronts of theirs. I thought they had some good physical snaps, they being Cardinals.
Daniel Lemon, if I'm not mistaken, Max Crosby is from Dallas. I think Max Crosby is from Dallas. And Daniel, another thing, you might not realize it, cost of living in Las Vegas is incredibly expensive, and a lot of people are moving out of Las Vegas. People are moving out of Las Vegas in groves. I'm sure he'd be glad to get out of Las Vegas and come back. If I'm not mistaken, didn't somebody say he's a Colleyville? I mean, Colleyville is right up here. I mean, it's right here in Dallas. Oh, yeah, Max Crosby would love to come back to Dallas. No doubt about it. Miss Major said, you're right, G. Minshew was another one. He looked dang good, especially versus us. But we actually had a good defense then. Yeah. Man, this league throws away quarterbacks so quick. And some of these guys who are backup quarterbacks could probably be starters in this league. But they move on from quarterbacks so quick. No, I told my wife, I said, stop that talk with Jacoby Brissett. That dude can play. Sometimes we don't give these teams credit. No, these teams, I mean, Jacoby Brissett, man, I was just watching the pocket collapse around him. He just stood in there and made throws. Flat out, made throws. Oh, I'm not saying either way it was suspect, but you asked the question of why would Max want to come from a 2-6-3 team to a 3-5-1 team? Because this is his home. This is his home. Cost of living out there is expensive. Man, I'm telling you, people are moving out of Las Vegas in groves. Las Vegas is a ghost town. It's a ghost town, man. Even the tourists aren't going out there no more. Ultra expensive. Ultra expensive. And just because you're a millionaire, that don't mean that you don't want to save money either. State taxes. I mean, all kinds of things out that way. No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. And he could also be looking at the Dallas Cowboys as a team on the rise. Because I would be looking at the Cowboys like that. I would love to come to Dallas if I was him. Get back home, man. Get back around your family. Yeah, Big Rumbowski, he has no trade clause. He don't have a no trade clause, no say in the matter. Shannon said, gee, if this trade is for years beyond, then we need to overhaul this defense. Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. A lot of these players won't be here next year. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Daniel. We'll see. He said he's not going to trade him. We're going to see. We're going to see. But I'm telling you, hey, Daniel, if it ain't Crosby, boy, Jerry gaslighting like a mug, man, because who else could it be?
How disappointed were you that your offense didn't do anything for 3 quarters?
Well, that's impressive for them and disappointing for us. I wouldn't have thought that we would have that kind of night at all. And that's weighing their team, our team. I would have thought we'd have had more, more offensive points to be tried.
No.
To be
I'm just telling us, man, I know we don't like what I'm saying, but I'm telling us the cold hard facts. The offense is loaded. The defense played bad, yes. But the defense played better than it's been playing. If we saw the adjustments. I mean, you could clearly see the adjustments. Man-to-man, anybody? We clearly saw the adjustments. They scored 27 points. Had the Cowboys been scoring, I think they beat them. I think they beat them in the fourth quarter because we saw it in this game, just like the other games. The Arizona Cardinals absolutely collapsed in the fourth quarter. They're just a different team. And even Troy Aikman was talking about the way they were looking, the way the Cowboys were pressing them and started pressing them and throwing the ball all over the place. Started pressing them. Then Javonte Williams going to fumble the ball. He don't fumble the ball. The Cowboys at least can get a field goal there and make it 27-20 and try to get another stop. Cowboys could have took that game to the wire, but turnovers did them in. Javonte, I'm wanting that Brian Schottenheimer go have that same energy towards Javonte Williams. Second fumble in a pivotal part of the game. I wonder if he going to have that same energy towards Javonte Williams that he had towards Jaden Blue. I wish I was at the press conference tomorrow because I'd definitely be asking him. Mixed Matrix said, will it actually be more expensive to get Crosby versus keeping Micah? Oh, it'll be cheaper. Oh, man. Miss Matrix, Max Crosby was the first one to get paid. Oh, man, his contract would be nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing compared to what they were going to pay Micah. And that, even that, you'd be able to like, hey, now we can put that money towards George Pickens, even though they still going to have that money because when they go back and redo all these contracts, which they already have those void years built into the contract, it's not going to be a problem signing all of them. Yep, and still end up with our single first-round pick. Now, the Cowboys are probably going to have to give up 2 first-rounders. Yeah. No, I'm not praising them either, Miss Matrix. I'm just saying, with the way they played, the offense should have won the game. With the way they played, the offense should have won the game. What lost this game was the fact that we didn't score but 10 points offensively. And Jerry Jones is in that same spot because that's exactly what he's thinking too. There is no way you got that firepower on offense and you scored 10 points. That's crazy.
Right. I really thought that. So this is very disappointing, very surprising that we're sitting here in this space, but we are. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I wish you'd give me more.
Yeah, Jerry hurt, man. That's why I be telling people, you tell me anything you want to, man. Jerry hurt, man. Jerry hurt. Jerry hurt. The defense, it don't surprise anybody. Actually, it is a surprise to see some of the stuff the defense was able to pull off tonight. 5 sacks. Poobie D said earlier today, when I talked about Michael Parsons getting 3 sacks last week, Poobie D said today, we wish we could get 3 sacks against Arizona. We got 5. Yeah, we got 5. And we lost the game. Offense was horrific. Lost in translation said, gee, I was so disgusted. I turned the TV off after the third quarter. Man, lost in translation. By the third quarter, man, my wife done got a pillow on the couch, man, and boy, she hit that doze button, man. She was upset. Azteca Aguilar, he said someone said Jerry sounded like he lost his dog. Hey, Azteca, this is why I be telling people, man. Just because Jerry is silly and wants to win his way, and Jerry ain't no different than a lot of people. They want to do everything their way. That don't mean Jerry don't want to win. Nah, Jerry wants to win. And when Jerry hires Brian Schottenheimer, and said the reason why I'm hiring you as the coach is because I like your offensive philosophy and I want you to call the plays. And I'm going to give you George Pickens. You got Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb. I'm going to get you Javonte Williams. And I'm going to do all these things. And then you come out there and you look like this the last 2 games. Hey, man, the Denver game, we said, okay, that was Denver on the road. Man, this was at home against a 2-5 Arizona team. Man, you can't help but be. Boy, you cannot help but be disappointed. Whew.
Clarence. This Cowboys gone. Yeah. Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Last time you were here, you were coming off a big win against Washington. Since then, you've lost 2 games, double-digit losses. Offense scored just 13 points against the last 2 weeks. First-team offense. How disappointing is
Man, let me tell you something. It's hard to feel sorry for millionaires. But boy, you want to talk about pain in a man's eyes? I saw pain in the eyes of Brian Schottenheimer earlier. Jerry Jones, I mean, he always looked kind of how he looks. But I can hear the pain in his voice. Dak Prescott, you can see the pain in his eyes. Man, I bet these people want to cry, man. They do. Yeah, Miss Matrix, I even think it's a priority. But I think what we probably are all agreeing and not just saying it the same way. Jerry wants to win his way. And again, we got to understand, Jerry ain't making these decisions. Everybody thinks Jerry's making these. Jerry isn't making these decisions. Jerry is the face of these decisions. Now, I'm sure like Jerry wanted George Pickens, of course they got George Pickens. But when you start looking at all these other players, do y'all really think that Jerry knew who Jack Sanborn was? Jerry didn't know who Kyrie Elam was. Guarantee you Jerry didn't know who Murray Jr. was. Jerry didn't know who Perion Winfrey was. Solomon Thomas. Jerry don't know who those players. Jerry know major players just like everybody else do. Jerry don't know these players. People are bringing these players to Jerry. They're bringing these players to Jerry. They're telling Jerry, okay, this is why we want them and this is the price we can get them for. Jerry gets his input from everybody. Everybody says, let's do it. Jerry does it. And then Jerry just becomes the face of the decision. What Miss Major, what kind of work do we think Jerry putting in at 80 years old? He's a businessman. Businessmen, and I learned this just this past week. You know, went to a meeting with some businessmen dealing with $1 million account. Wish it was my account, but dealing with $1 million account. Businessmen don't make their decisions by digging into the numbers and the market, and that's not what they do. To get other people to do that. Other people come and tell them what they should be doing. And then when they tell them what they should be doing, they look at it, they ask somebody, okay, what do you think? And then everybody says either yay or nay, and then somebody becomes the face of a decision that somebody else made. Jerry is the face of the decisions the Cowboys are making. Jerry isn't making these decisions on his own. He's not making them. And Miss Matrix, the GM role for the Cowboys, I mean, I'm going to just say what nobody else is saying. The GM role for the Cowboys, it's not a GM role. It's really not. Jerry is a GM, but he's not a GM. Steven says he's a GM, but he's not a GM. The GM of the team truly is Will McClay and his team. Will McClay, his team, and Brian Schottenheimer and these coaches. They are having say-so in these players, and we're just not, we're not acknowledging it. But they are making some of these decisions. Javonte Williams, that's Brian Schottenheimer. Javonte Williams all day long is Brian Schottenheimer. Jay Toya strikes me as a Brian Schottenheimer, maybe a Matt Eberflus move. Shamar James, Matt Eberflus move. Savon Revel Jr. fits Matt Eberflus' system. When we start looking at this stuff, these are really faces for the Cowboys more than they are in the grand scheme of things, real positions. Jerry ain't doing the work of a GM. And I don't even think even GMs. Howie Roseman. I'm sure he looks into players. I'm sure he does look into players, but I bet you he's got a team too. Yeah, I mean, this is how it works. I think it works even more so like that with the Cowboys. And one of the things, Miss Matrix, that I'm starting to hear more than I want to hear is Jerry Jones Jr. I think Jerry Jones Jr. might be one of those doggone. I think Jerry Jones Jr. may be one of them cheap dudes in the organization, and people aren't acknowledging it. Because when Brian Schottenheimer said, me, Jerry, Steven, Will McClay, his guys, and then he said, Jerry Jones Jr., what? I think he may be one of the cheap ones. So this stuff with the Cowboys, you know, we always be people be giving Jerry credit. That's why I be laughing with 105.3 The Fan. I always laugh when they be talking to Jerry. And they be talking to Jerry and asking Jerry about players and players acquisition, what the Cowboys gonna do. And I'm like, you do realize that Jerry is just repeating back to you some of the things that he's heard in the meeting. I mean, it's like Jerry has sat down and done all this work himself. But I digress. This process for the Cowboys, it's a lot more to it than just Jerry just sitting down, doing work, and picking out players. It's not what's happening. But I can tell you, man, this dude, Dak Prescott, look at the... I bet this dude I'm telling you, I bet it takes everything for these dudes not to cry. Because I'm just telling you, the kind of person I am, and I know the kind of work that these guys are putting into this game, because I just know the work I would be putting into this game and how bad I would want to win this game. Boy, they do a great job of not being overly... I'm just telling you, I'd be crying right here. This Arizona Cardinals game is one of them games tonight. I mean, I haven't cried over a Dallas Cowboy game since Joe Montana threw that touchdown in the back of the end zone to Dwight Clark, and Danny White didn't get a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I haven't cried over a game since then. But this game tonight, boy, this kind of game tonight, if I was a player, I'm serious. I would be crying tonight. I would be crying as a player tonight, especially if I was Dak Prescott. Man, I'm 32 years old. Mortality. My days are numbered. I got more tomorrows in the NFL. I got more yesterdays in the NFL than I do tomorrows. And then Calais Campbell rolled up on Dak Prescott's leg the way he did tonight. Man, I'm telling you. I would have been. I probably would have been crying tonight. And just to look on Dak Prescott's face is like, it's crazy.
Where you guys stand right now?
Yeah, very disappointing and disappointing, very frustrating. Knowing that you're better than that and going out there and not putting a performance close to your standard or even the expectations or what you thought you could do and expected to do against this team. And credit to those guys. That's the beauty of the NFL. Like, games, plays, stats, none of that's done on paper. You've got to go out there and you've got to earn it that night with everything taken into account. And they kicked our ass and both sides of the ball. Limited the possessions early, but I mean, we don't score on the first drive, don't score in the red zone. The next drive, I think 3-4 and out. Then we fumble when we're going to get a field goal. And then we're trying to kick a 70-yard field goal to even get points before half. That makes it tough. And then try to make adjustments in the second half. But when you're down like that in the NFL game, we still had a chance. And then we didn't take advantage of the opportunities and the moments that we had in the second half. Very frustrating.
Now, I'm telling y'all, I know we don't like some of the stuff that I'm saying, but Dak is saying the same thing. Dak is saying the same thing. This offense, man, it's too. The defense don't get this. They don't get this leeway because the defense don't have a bunch of superstars on it. The offense has about what? Seven stars on it. 7 stars and about, what, 3 good players, 2 or 3 good players. You only scored 10 points. I'm just telling you, if I was Dak Prescott, I'd be crying. Because I'm thinking to myself, there is no way that I have this offense and this is what I put on the field 2 weeks in a row. We're at home. We needed this game, and I got people dropping passes. I got people fumbling. The offensive line can't block for me. I mean, I'm running for my life. I'm just telling you, I would be crying. I really would. Grown man, I'd be crying.
What's happened with the rhythm on offense? You guys were going so well, you were going so well, and it seemed like the last 2 weeks you guys have not been able to get anything going.
If I had that answer, we wouldn't be struggling, to be honest with you, and not to, not to leave it at that. But that's what this bye week's for. We've got to figure it out. We've got to figure out how we need to improve, obviously, in all phases of the game. I mean, special teams did a hell of a job tonight getting us a touchdown. That was the only spark, I think, in the game for the most part, especially in the first half.
Didn't I say it?
That's what this bye week's going to be all about. Me personally, hope everybody on this team individually, and I know for sure as a staff and an organization, it's going to be about how can we improve and fix these last 2 weeks that are nowhere close to anything that we want to be.
And the frustrating thing for Dak Prescott, he's not playing bad. He's playing great. Man, you want to talk about a team that's selling the quarterback, man, that's selling out the quarterback. This team is letting Dak Prescott down on so many levels. I mean, this team is letting Dak Prescott down on so many levels, man. I'm not just talking about defensively, but offensively with drops and fumbles and penalties and just a lack of energy, a lack of effort. Oh, my gosh. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I am just telling you, man, this has got to be hard, even as a grown man, making millions.
Tyler, ESPN, how are you feeling physically? You took some chops, it seemed.
I'm fine. Little ankle roll at the end of the first half, but that's fine. Going into a bye week, I'll be more than great. I mean, I finished the game and was fine on it, so it's not even anything to have concerns about. And then with the extra time, I'm fine. Body's great.
Did their pressure surprise you in any respects? I think you were pressured more tonight than you had pretty much in any other game.
I mean, I know that they had a plan. Watching the film, that they didn't send anything that they haven't done before this season. Obviously, heated us up more than they have other opponents. But that just plays into how they wanted to play us with their junky coverages, making me, wait another little half a second, and that was crucial, right? While they got to the spots, and that half a second, me having to get off the spot, the pressure getting home, force some missed throws, and some.
Now, do y'all remember what I was talking about earlier? Nate Newton mentioned this very phenomenon. If the Cowboys could start doing a little bit more press at the line, getting a jam on the wide receivers, that gives those edge rushers a half a step more. All it takes is just one half step extra. And when you get that half step extra, if you can get to that quarterback, or you can just make him move off his spot, that gives that defensive back more of an opportunity to get that coverage. Because now the quarterback's got to move, and so now he can get back in that coverage the way that he wants to. We don't do it. We just give clean releases off the line. And so the edge rushers are not helping the cornerbacks, and the cornerbacks are not helping the edge rushers. But if they were to start incorporating some of that, I think it would help them out.
Plays that we normally make, whether it be me or the receivers, we weren't able to capitalize on it, so they got us there.
Is that what happened on the fourth down throw to CD on the Cardinals sideline? Or were you expecting CD to turn quicker to be available to you? You held it for maybe a little longer than maybe you wanted to.
I held it?
I don't know if you held it or you're waiting for CD.
If I held it any longer, I would have been completely sacked. So I think that was one of those, you're playing against the pass rush, and knew I was going to take a hit, sat there, let it go, try to anticipate it. It's one of those plays and routes. It's not to point the finger blaming anybody. You kind of give a guy a little bit of freedom on his depth and how he can, take the defender a little bit further. And unfortunately, that was fourth down. I had to throw it a little early, probably. I got up asking what happened, honestly, and so I probably left a little bit of error on it, I guess. And at the end of the day, we just didn't make the play.
John Machota with The Athletic. It's obviously early in the game when you guys had that drive. Do you think the game and the way you guys play maybe is different if you guys do end up punching it in and you get out to that 7-0 lead?
On the first drive? Yeah, it's easy to say that when you get the first score of the game. You would hope that they would start playing different or calling the game different. That's kind of the whole deal. While some people accept the ball versus, deferring, is you feel like if you score first that the other team plays and calls their plays differently. So if we have 7 points there, maybe they do, and I think that would shape up the game differently. But then again, it's a long game, very long game that didn't necessarily mean we're going to win the game. But we've got to convert on that. We're too good of an offense.
Yep.
To have these red zone struggles or just to not come away with touchdowns, to be honest with you. We know we've got a field goal in the bag, but when we're that close inside the 5, we've got to score touchdowns.
And when you talk about it being very frustrating, this loss, and you go into the bye, what do you personally plan on doing during the bye?
Yeah, getting healthy, working at the same time, making sure the conditioning is at the peak, and hanging with the family.
I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows, Daniel.
Looking forward to it.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. Obviously, a lot of things to figure out in the bye. What are some questions that are at the top?
I agree, Mose Logan. CD should have came back earlier.
What are some questions you want to get answered at the top of the agenda in the bye?
Red zone for one, and I think that's probably number one for me in the offense is we've got to score in the red zone. We've got to score touchdowns, not just field goals. And however that looks, whether it's getting to certain plays or, looking around the league and figuring out what plays are trending and, can we take this or take that, or just finding ways to get our guys the ball more simpler. I don't know. But that's probably the number one. And
now, see, Brian Schottenheimer did this when he was the offensive coordinator with Mike McCarthy. Brian Schottenheimer looked around the league at some of the things that had been working, and he convinced Mike McCarthy to start running some of it, and that's when the Cowboys offense took off in 2023. But man, this dude, Brian Schottenheimer, is starting to look a lot like Mike McCarthy to me. Man, he's looking a lot like Mike McCarthy in some of his play calling and decisions. The penalties, a lot of that stuff.
After that, it's just about however we can win games.
You guys found a stride after the 2023 bye week. Is there anything you can kind of point back to in that week or in that year, or is it kind of a year-by-year basis?
It's definitely a year-by-year basis. I just think that was a great week of figuring out what your issues were and having answers to solve them, being very solution-oriented, and that's something that Shotty just spoke about in the locker room. So he was a huge part of that. So have no doubt that is something that we can do again.
Tommy Irish, DallasCowboys.com. Do bye weeks really ever come at a bad time? Do you feel like this is around the time that you needed to just, as a team, really just kind of reset before going into the back half of the year?
I mean, I don't know if they come good time, bad time. I'd say it's a bad time right now because we lost.
Yeah, Catlin, I'm with you. Man, you down 3 scores. It's hard. Just bottom line.
Having to spend a week, like I said, just getting in shape, hanging with the girls, and probably not going to be quite as jolly as I could have been. But I definitely will be, and that's the balance that they give me. But yeah, it's a good time in the sense that we know we've got some things that we need to fix, and some guys that getting healthy would help us. So I think it's coming at a good time. Thank you.
Mac Engel, Footwear Star Telegram. Jerry has hinted today and tonight about possibility of making a trade. What does that do, or what would that potentially do to the morale of this locker room if you do go out and add somebody that you think could be of value?
Yeah, I mean, especially if it's a big value guy that's is going to come in and make a difference and have an immediate impact. He can do so much good. Been a part of one of those. Forget how many years ago it was, but it was Amari Cooper, right? Signing him on the bye week or going into the bye week, and we're able to get something going a few weeks later. I know we lost that first week. I think we had him on a Monday night, but we ended up getting it back rolling and put a streak together, and that's what this league's about. It's about creating streaks, win streaks, and getting hot and putting yourself in a better position than you were or you are at this moment. So that's still in front of us. A lot of games left to be played. We can still get a streak going. Obviously, that would help, but I think as important as that as anything is us getting some answers to these
Papa
issues
Shug,
that
you
we
said he's
have
struggling.
and getting healthy.
Michelle Montaigne, WFA. Dak, I think it's the anniversary of your mom's passing. How does having a game on this day kind of change how you approach the day?
Yeah, heavy hearts today. This game's hard, but when you deal with a day like today, you realize life's hard. And blessed to be able to do what I do. Thankful for in so many ways that, I mean, I don't even know if I can even explain how thankful I am for the time I had with her, and to have a great of a mother as I did, selfless mother. Everything that you see me do and I am is because of her. Yeah, this loss is nothing compared to life, and that's why I don't have any concerns about what I'll be able to do, this team will be able to do, and the way that we can respond. But it was a tough day. It was a tough day, and it's a day that you damn sure want to win. That there was many, I thought this morning about a lot of the Monday night games that we watched together, and wanted to get a win, and I didn't. But I know that doesn't take how proud she is away. Doesn't take anything away from who I am, and just keep pushing for her.
Dak, WFA headquarter. You said, to quote you got your asses kicked on both sides of the ball, lost to a 2-5 team that lost 5 straight at home. How discouraging is that to you in terms of legitimately feeling like you have a chance to achieve what you thought you would when the season began?
It's not discouraging about the other team's stats. I mean, hell, to be honest with you, I didn't know they were 2-5 and had the streak. It's the NFL. I don't care to even look at those things because, you know, you do, and you might walk in here thinking, oh, this is going to be a cakewalk and this is going to be easy. And so I couldn't even have honestly told you that. And it's frustrating that we didn't go out there and do what we're capable of and play to who we are and our standard. And, I mean, defense did well on first and second down. They just weren't able to get off the field. And for us, we just, you know, had some plays here and there and made some good plays, but wasn't anything ever consistent in the game. And it's frustrating. It's hard to say discouraging. It's not a word that I like to use. It's not something that I ever really feel, to be honest with you. It's frustrating. But as I was just, you know, it's kind of saying, we'll respond. I know I'll respond. It's not just about me, though. It's about, you know, making sure these other leaders and guys on this team hold everybody else accountable, and we can respond.
I'm telling y'all, the Cowboys in the danger zone. Brand new coach. You've been consistently inconsistent. The defense is bad. You've lost 3 games that you probably should have won. You're going into a bye week, and you're about to come into a tough part of the schedule. They have got to work on the next thing the Cowboys have just got to work on. They just got to work on getting their next win. No playoffs, none of this stuff. Next win. Yeah, Phil Wolf, I'm with you. I mentioned this earlier. Brian Schottenheimer has no creativity. At least the last 2 weeks, no creativity. And I just think some of this may be because this time, at least this is what I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on, all of this time he's been spending in the defensive room. I see the changes they made. I saw them tonight. Man-to-man, more blitzing, more aggressive. I saw a lot of it. I saw a lot of what they've been doing, and it looked a lot better. But like they're saying, they couldn't get them off the field on third down. Couldn't get them off the field on third down. Also, I think, too, they couldn't get a turnover. One of the things that Matt Eberflus's defenses typically do is they also get turnovers. Can't get those either. So is a bad combination.
Dak, Adam Ross with Spectrum News. I know obviously you want to be a consistent football team, everybody does. But at what point do you accept or just realize the inconsistency and kind of accept that might be how it is with this team each week?
That would be so opposite of who I am. I understand your question and what you're asking, but to say that's why this is frustrating. You know, that's why it's so frustrating because I'm not just going to accept that, oh, this team is inconsistent, this team is just up and down. Like, we're going to be as long as we ride the wave of, you know, the media and, you know, going from one game to the next. And not putting the blame on you guys, but, you know, we win a game and we feel really good about ourselves, and you think you're just going to go in the next week and smack that opponent, and you don't. Then, you know, you feel a little upset, and you look in the mirror, and you come back and you give a better performance. You know, that's what's been happening this year other than tonight. And so when you've put 2 bad games or 2 ugly losses back to back, you got to find answers. You got to find answers. And so to your point,
let me read this super chat. I can't remember if I read it or not, but this may be an answer for Dak Prescott, even though he can't hear it. Appreciate the super chat, Edward Frazier. See, this is the part that you don't want. Edward Frazier says the offense sucks now, too. We can't let that continue. Yeah, we played better with the backup offensive line. Man, I said this in Denver. He's calling plays scary. We don't be in shotgun on first and second anymore. Yeah. Brian's getting too conservative. Needs to get back to being creative. And don't be aggressively incompetent. Don't tell me you're going to be aggressive with no confidence. You know, that's like a guy who he's saying the next time he see this girl he likes, he's going to be aggressive, and when he sees her the next time, he's going to go up to her and say something to her. But then when he goes up to her and starts to talk, he has no confidence. There's no confidence, no conversation, no charisma about himself, just nothing. He just thinking, okay, I'm gonna just go up and say, hey, how you doing? You know, how's your day going? And blah blah blah. No. Aggressive is one thing, but confidence is a whole nother thing. And typically, you're only confident when you know you have a foolproof or what you believe to be a plan that coincides with what you know your ability is and what you can accomplish. Being aggressive to be aggressive don't mean that it necessarily works.
That's why the bye week's at a good time, is we've got time now to find answers without having another opponent, but we have to find those solutions.
Sydney Staples, D210 Sports. Dak, if you were to describe the first half of the season using just 2 words, what would they be and why?
Inconsistent and tough. Yeah, inconsistent and tough, but fun. Like, this game's fun. You've got to love it. Like, even being down, like, you got to have that belief that you're going to come back and do it. That's what all the hard work's for. It's what the sacrifice, everything that you've put into this game individually to get here. You know, when you're down in games, I don't think of it any different as when people said I'd never be here, right? Like I'm going to answer. We're going to answer. We're going to come back and win. And so tough but fun. The inconsistent is the part that's not rewarding. And but when we find these solutions, when we get some dial into it, the detail of where we can and need to get better, and the obvious part of getting better, and hopefully we get those answers. Hopefully it'll be consistent, and he probably still tough, but fun.
3-5-1. I know you got 8 games left, but it's getting late. I mean, what's the sense of urgency? Because you got to go 5-3 just to get 8-1. You know, and so to speak, and probably need to do better than that to even get back in the hunt, so to speak. Can you just talk about the urgency that it has to be now?
You just said it. I mean, it does. It does, and that's why the bye week and us having this time to get the answers, to feel confident about when we come out of this bye week that it will be now. But every game's a must-win going forward, and I know you say that and you feel that in the NFL, and you should feel that. But when you put yourself in a position or behind like we have, it's even more so that case. You know, we're fortunate right now that the league, there's a lot of teams with multiple losses, 2 losses, right? I think is right. 2 losses is the best team in the NFC at least, or yeah, AFC as well in the league. That only being 3.5 games behind that, and having all those games left to play, and you can catch a hot streak and be right there in the mix. That's great, but you got to get a streak going, and if you don't get a streak going, you're just putting yourself more and more behind the 8 ball. So it's now or never.
I don't think at this point in time, I don't think the Cowboys need to be worried about a win streak. I don't think they need to be worried about the playoffs. I think the only thing the Cowboys need to concern themselves with is getting that next win. And it needs to be on the road. It needs to be against the Raiders. We're going to be a week without the Cowboys. But then we're about to have one of the best 10 days of the Cowboys season this year, because we're going to get 3 Cowboys games in 10 days. Cowboys are going to come back. I think it's a Monday night, Sunday night, a Monday night, Sunday. Let me see. We're going to have Cowboys are going to come back. They're going to have a Monday night. I think that's a Monday night again against the Raiders. They'll have a Sunday 3:25 game, and then the Cowboys are going to have a Thanksgiving game. So we are about to have 3 incredible weeks of Dallas Cowboys, just back to back to back. And what they are going to have to focus on, get rested up, and don't look at any other game past the Raiders. Whoever Jerry Jones is going to announce in a few hours, whoever the Joneses are going to announce they are getting in the trade, I don't know if they'll wait till the last minute or they'll do it in the morning. whoever they're going to get in these trades, they got to be players that are going to help this year, but also over the next 2 to 3 years. And the Cowboys just got to focus on getting the next win. That's all they need is the next win. Nothing else. Nothing else. And they got to play that next game like it's the playoffs. Because I'm telling you now, Pete Carroll is coming. He coming for Brian Schottenheimer. The teacher don't want to be beat by the understudy. And I'm sure they're looking at film on the Cowboys right now. They're looking at film on the Cowboys right now. Brian has got to come out. He's got to get his butt out of that defense room. It's time for Brian to get out of that defense room. I think Matt Eberflus, what I saw tonight, Matt Eberflus has made a lot of adjustments and changes. Just tell Matt Eberflus, okay, where you are, stay right there. Now give us a little bit more press coverage. Stop letting these guys have clean releases off the line. And then if the Cowboys bring in, and I think a linebacker, I'm telling you, is going to help out Eberflus's defense tremendously. Tremendously. I think that linebacker is going to help out tremendously. And I think it'll help this defense be a lot better because that Matt Eberflus's defenses flow better with a linebacker. But Michael said, I remember you saying how this team that's going to make some noise in the playoffs this year and being possible. Oh, I still believe they're going to be Super Bowl contenders in 2026. No later than 2027, they're going to win it. They're going to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 seasons. But this team has and Michael Moore, he said, and I knew we were going to be mediocre at best. Yeah. Well, I think what wound up happening to the Cowboys, Michael Moore, and I don't even think you or anybody else saw this I don't think you or anybody else saw this coming. I'm not believing you if you tell me. You're just saying that based on the fact that just because you just think the Cowboys were not going to be good. But when you look at what the Cowboys did a lot of things. A lot of people aren't giving the Cowboys, they were giving the Cowboys credit then, but they're not giving the Cowboys credit now. But all the talk we heard about Matt Eberflus, we thought the linebackers were the biggest improvement on the team. Kyrie Elam at the time was the best defensive back in the training camp. At the time, nobody knew Michael Parsons was going to be traded. There were a whole bunch of things that were going on at the time that none of us anticipated. But now we have come to the point, and we only find out that the effects of 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years is affecting us. Bottom line, it's affecting us. And so we're going to need another year. Now, I did say, too, the Cowboys are going to flash this year. They've already done that. The Cowboys have actually already flashed. This is why everybody was so excited and talking about, man, forget them picks and go get some players now because Dak Prescott is playing at an MVP level. Okay, slow our roll now. Even though they might have already gotten rid of those picks. But nevertheless, I also prefaced this with this, Michael Moore. To expect the Cowboys to go to a Super Bowl in that first year, that was asking a lot. And I said, because only 2 coaches had ever done it, and so the Cowboys were going to need a year to jail, and they do. This coaching staff needs a year to jail. So I'm not gonna. I understand. I hear you with the I told you so's, but I don't think anybody anticipated the Cowboys' defense was going to be this bad because a lot of people thought the defense was going to be better. Thought the defense was going to be a lot better. So, all right, it is what it is. Cowboys 3-5-1. Still doesn't mean the season is over. Doesn't mean the season is over. It's a lot more football to play. A lot more football to play. Whole half of a season. Anything could happen. Whole half of a season. Cowboys just got to focus on getting the next win. They got to get the next win. Lock and D, he said it's the players. Yeah. I think Matt Eberflus has shown us tonight it's the players because he made some changes. Now, I agree with y'all on, I do think the last change they need to make is they need to stop letting wide receivers get free releases off the line of scrimmage. If they can stop letting wide receivers get free, just running off the line of scrimmage, it'll help the edge rushers, and then the edge rushers can help them by moving the quarterback off the mark. We'll see if that changes after the bye week. Very excited. We'll probably go live if I'm not asleep. We'll go live as soon as they announce who the trade is. We'll go live as soon as they announce it. Queen said, I already gave Jerry his get out of jail free cards. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Queen, we just got to get this next win. No more playoff talks. I'm not going to talk any more playoffs. Cowboys don't need to be thinking about no championship, nothing. The next win. The next win, Daniel M. Hey, Daniel, don't worry. Dak Prescott will be playing well for the next 3 or 4 years. No worries. Barring injury, Dak Prescott will be fine. Appreciate your modes, Logan. Lock and D. And Lock and D, you remember what happened last year? We got to a point, man. We got to a point where we almost had an opportunity to get in. That's why I say all the Cowboys got to do is focus on the next win. That's it. Focus on the next win. Shay, he said, see, you're a part of the problem. Saying they have to focus on the next win. He said they have to run the table. But you can't, that's not the mode you can be in, SHA. I'm not a part of the problem because they're not listening to me. But if I'm the coach, I'm telling them this. Don't focus on running the table. Focus on eating what's on the table. If you focus eating what's on the table, then you can run the table. I don't know, SHA or Shay, I guess it's Shay. You tell me what you do. Do you eat all of your meals for a whole week in one day? I'm pretty sure you don't. You have to eat the meal that's in front of you. Cowboys have to eat the meal that's in front of them. They got to figure out how to get their next win. And when they get their next win, then you work on getting the next win. And you play every game like that. You don't sit back and be looking at the rest of the season and saying, man, we got to run the table. Now, you're beyond that now. Because you can't talk about running the table because one game puts you out. So it's better to focus on one game at a time rather than on trying to all the games at a time. No, you just got to win one game at a time. One game at a time. All right, Queen. All right, appreciate y'all rocking with me. We'll be back tomorrow. More videos. Well, I say tomorrow, it's today. Be back with more videos today. And we'll be doing more live streams today. And as soon as we hear who the Cowboys are traded for, we will be back live. Until the next time, TC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him,
Who in the world is Evan Grant? I don't even. Who is Evan Grant? Oh no, Michael Moore, they ain't making no run. Don't worry about making no run, Michael Moore. One game at a time. That's all we worried about. All right. See y'all tomorrow. Peace.